He rips open the memory of the Festival of Descending Guardians. Once every year, the gods slam down from the heavens to earth. Everyone gathers to honor the sacred day with heavy hearts, and if you turn 15, you're chosen for a special blessing. These divine blessings, packed with all kinds of powers, are called gifts, each one handing you skills you can use to go adventuring, trade for loot, or craft new gear. The hero snaps Senna's name over and over, trying to drag her out of sleep. The girl begs for just 5 more minutes, or maybe 5 hours, and the boy shoots back. Yes, so. How much longer are we doing this? Gim, the hero, steps up and declares that today is the holiday of the fallen gods. The girl snaps that her brother won't listen and is completely disobedient. The boy yanks his sister out of bed and tells her to move, sprinting against the clock so they don't miss the prayer. He leans in and tells her to get dressed right now. Gio can't stand the way his sister gets babied, so he's convinced that today, with the holiday gifts finally in their hands, they'll be treated like real adults. The hero blurts out that they both turned 15 this year. He and Senna are the same age, even though he's a few months older, and then drops the bombshell: they're brother and sister. The boy admits the details are a mystery, then says his mother could have vanished because she was caught up in love for his father. Then he reveals their dad was an amazing adventurer who died more than a year ago. And after that, he and Senna started sharing a home. So Gio immediately pushes them to head for the square. The girl's voice cracks as she admits she's terrified and can't stop wondering what gift she'll get. And her brother just shrugs it off with, "Only God knows." The hero beams and says he's sure this gift will power his next big adventures. Then he can't stop hyping it up, picturing exactly how his new abilities are about to change everything. Senna says his older brother always talks just like that, and Gio shrugs he's got no time for it. He wants to be a traveler like his father, but the truth is, there's something else driving him. The girl flashes a confident grin and swears the hero's about to get an awesome gift, fully believing he'll pull it off. The brother flashes a grin and tells her, "You're still just as reckless as ever, huh?" Senna tells the hero she'll finally be happy if Gio backs her up, but he laughs at her and taunts that she can't just coast, she's got to work too. The hero spots people already kneeling in prayer, and he knows he has to join them right now. The man explains that the tradition starts at dawn. Everyone prays to the gods, then they stand together and watch the sunrise break. And that's when it happens. Right in this moment, people get hit with a special blessing. Gio drops to his knees and prays for a blessing to light his way through every dangerous adventure ahead. The heroes crowd into the square with everyone else, hands clasped, and they pray like they're begging the heavens for a gift. Turns out, it's a gift meant just for her. A goddess materializes in front of the young man and hands him her unbelievable gift. The hero freezes in total shock. Like surprise just punched them in the chest. One of the hunters gets a blessing that could seriously boost the family business, and the other one is left stunned. He blurts that he's never even heard of anything like it and doesn't think it's a gift worth keeping. The girl blurts, "How'd it go?" And her brother shoots back, "Yeah? What gift did you get?" Senna leans in and tells him she's got something way bigger than luck-like. The blessing of the sword god. A young man blurts in shock that someone just talked to him so rudely. He blurts that her gift is straight up amazing, maybe even rare, and her brother jumps in, saying it'll carry her through wild adventures. But the sister suddenly realizes he's gotten way too close. The older brother shoots out an apology and admits he panicked, and the girl just bursts into laughter, saying she really thought he'd go in for the kiss. Senna leans in and demands, "So what exactly did you give him?" The hero remembers his dream like it was yesterday. He wanted to roam the world, so he begged for a blessing that would carry him into every future adventure. The stunned man blurts out that someone handed him a garden. Sister brings up the garden again, and brother snaps that he's furious he got stuck with it. The boy and the girl are laughing their hearts out right here. Short-haired Annie is laughing her head off, and then Ashifa long hair and all fires back, saying it's wrong to mock a gift from God and disrespecting Gio. Annie and Shifu brother and sister answered to those names. The boy jerks in shock, swearing he can't believe anyone heard him. while Senna immediately doubts her brother can back her up with this gift. Meanwhile, Gio's sister questions ignite pure outrage in him. She grins and says this gift works differently depending on how you use it. And the young man just stands there listening hard, looking a little confused but deep in thought. Annie keeps laughing at the gift like it's hilarious. And then the hero fires back with a remark to her. And then he drops this bombshell. Those two girls are his sisters, and he's known them since he was a kid. Shifa was born 3 years ago, and Annie, who came a little earlier, finally got her gift at last year's autumn festival. The main character bursts out that the sisters are out there as adventurers. Now Annie can track like a hunter with scent, while Shifa carries that imperial-level prestige. And then he leans in, saying that at her age, she already has a power worth respect. The young man even blurts out his dream. Wants to become a traveler. The hero drops a tease and lets you know there's one main reason behind everything. Gio gets shoved aside, and Annie blurts out that she's sorry, because he can't be an adventurer with Shifa. The boy blurts out, "Why did you say that?" While Senna and Shifa start ripping into each other. And then Annie grabs Senna and demands what's up with her gift. Senna just smiles and offers, "Let me take a look." A long-haired girl leans in, asking what the sword god's blessing even means. And a short-haired girl answers, "I've never heard of anything like that ever." Shifa points out that just from the name, this gift has to be insanely powerful. Then Senna smirks, saying she trusts her skills and plans to forge herself into a true strong swordswoman. Annie jumps in to agree, basically insisting, "Yeah, you really should become an adventurer." She grins and invites her to join their crew right there in center Greece. Annie snaps that it's time to add a new participant and turns to Shiv, asking if she's in. Then Shiv grins and says, "If it's Senna, I'm totally fine with it." The boy's convinced Senna's now stuck in Shifa's crew, and he blurts out that he's desperate for one massive, game-changing gift to blast his way through his adventures. Senna calls her older brother, and he tells her not to stall. She's been invited to that group for a reason. Then he warns her his gift won't rake in cash anytime soon, and he makes it clear she shouldn't expect him to be her safety net. He tells them Senna's grown up and gotten massive, then slams the truth home. She's got to grind on herself if she wants to level up. The little sister made a bold choice. She'd become an adventurer. She hugs her older brother goodbye and, even though she's still young, swears she'll rake in a ton of money so she can live it up later, only for her brother to explode in outrage at that being all she wants. The young man chokes up and admits he never expected he'd start missing his sister, still feeling crushed, and he openly envies Senna's gift. Gio's pacing in his head, trying to figure out what he can do with his gift, and he can't shake the question of whether he's truly grasped what it even means to have a garden at home. The hero shrugs and says he doesn't care for any garden, plus his gift is useless since he has none, while the system voice instantly presses want to set aside a space for one. A young man spots the ground bulging in one spot, whips his head around in shock like he just got pranked, and blurts that it must be some corner where the earth has risen. The system voice presses the boy again about turning this spot into a garden. Panic hits him. He blurts that the voices are back in his head, and he reluctantly agrees. The system's voice blared that this spot was meant for a garden. Then the ground instantly shifted into perfect soil, and the young man just stood there, stunned, asking what the heck was going on. Gio finally lands on the ground, feels the soil give way under his touch, and says it's soft enough to plant right, as a system window pops up in front of him. A system window pops up, showing its garden details. Geo City, level 1 out of 5. The garden's area set at 50-50, 0 skills, and then the system voice basically dares you to start growing something. The boy spots a big garden list: wheat, potatoes, tomatoes, garlic, cucumbers, barley, carrots, eggplants, Chinese cabbage, turnips, pumpkins, lettuce, and green peppers, every crop marked as medium quality. Gio snaps in surprise, asking if he's allowed to pick the crops he wants to plant in his own garden. A young man jumps into growing potatoes and swears he just needs to do it, then looks up and asks if he can label the whole thing with this symbol. The system pops a question. Want to grow potatoes? And Geo blurts, yes. It demands a number, so he picks 150. Then the voice hammers, where do you plant them? And Geo snaps back, at the far end, locking in the spot as confirmation. The system voice blares that he's finally growing potatoes. Then the hero snaps to it and realizes he can't even get the seeds in the ground. A young guy can't believe vegetables would grow that easily. But when he insists it's true, it somehow makes growing them feel way more possible. The hero also insists. It's free then tells you to plant different crops, 1 seed per cell. Geo breaks it down. In a 50-cell field, you could grow 10 kinds of vegetables, with 5 cells dedicated to each. The main character plants the chosen veggies with a special gift in hand, then realizes they'll have to keep dropping by again and again just to see how the garden's doing. Geo can't believe his eyes watching as his garden turns into a lush, luxurious vegetable patch in just 1 insane hour. He blurts out, so it's really that easy, and wonders if it's all because of his gift. Then the hero says a normal farmer would need months, and Geo can't believe it when he spots a bunch of brand new, delicious vegetables. The young man scoffs that getting everyone together will be a nightmare. Then a calm system voice presses, so you do want to gather? And the main character freezes, convinced she's somehow reading his thoughts. Geo nods and agrees to the gathering. The young man stares in shock. And then the system's voice kicks in, starting the whole collection and proving just how smooth and easy it all is. The hero gasps in shock as veggies burst up from the dirt out of nowhere, and he blurts that they're literally bunching themselves together. Geo watches eyes sparkle as he spots a wall of huge baskets packed to the brim with fresh vegetables, tomatoes, potatoes, cabbage, carrots, eggplants, and more overflowing like a feast waiting to be grabbed. A young man stares into the voice in his head, remembers how the ground got plowed in an instant, and recalls those weird symbols for levels and skills. Then he snaps to it. The crops are shooting up way too fast, with no seeds ever planted. The hero stares in disbelief as weird stuff keeps piling up like vegetables that somehow crawl together on their own. And before his brain can catch up, he realizes the basket was already there. Geo's mind is racing. He's trying to figure something out, and it's driving him crazy. He blinks in disbelief at how convenient everything is, then breaks into a grin like all his stress just vanished. The boy can't stop wondering if he's brave enough to eat vegetables, and then he spots the tomatoes, ordinary looking, yet somehow begging to be bitten. A young guy takes a bite of a tomato and his face lights up because it's insanely tasty. He points out that the flesh is packed and loaded with juicy, jelly-like bits, then says the tomato tastes sweet like fruit, but still hits you with the right sharp acidity. The main character declares he'll devour every last one, then freezes in shock when he realizes every tomato is perfectly the same quality. Geo's eyes widen and she blurts, "That's incredible." Then she leans in and wonders if it's not just tomatoes. Maybe other veggies could taste just as amazing. Meanwhile, they pan over to 3 girls, Senna included, hanging out with her friends. Senna drinks in the breathtaking meadows and then freezes when she realizes she's never stepped out of the city before. The boss jabs a finger at Lord Arsal's dungeon and growls that it's a death trap labyrinth crawling with demons. Yet that's where adventurers slip in for quick riches and rare, valuable loot. Annie calls Senna a total beginner, but promises he'll adapt once he starts fighting monsters. Then she points out he's never even held a sword, so he needs practice right now. And Senna snaps back that he'll try. She whips out the brand new sword she bought yesterday, flexes it like it's a trophy, and says the blade isn't half bad after she battled a gremlin, then laughs that if Shinsen got a sword as a gift, she'd level up fast. The girls snap their heads around, shocked to spot a demon, a wicked creature with razor-long claws on its hands and feet, and sharp pointed ears bursts out of the grass, like it's been hunting you this whole time. The girls spot a goblin, and one of them blurts out, "How many are there?" Annie shoots back fast, "Don't freak out, just one." That's exactly what we need for our next adventure. Annie snaps at Senna to get to work and get ready, then Senna, stunned, blurts out what just happened. Realizing Annie went down so fast she didn't even get a second to spot the sword, the girl bursts into laughter, calls it truly wonderful, and says this is exactly what she needs to finally take on the goblin. The girls panic and warn that being left alone is deadly, but the Senate blows it off, saying there's nothing to fear. She's convinced she's got the exact play to knock her opponent out. The goblin snapped a sharp stone through the air, and when it landed, it wasn't random at all. He tossed his own gear straight toward Senna, leaving the girls staring in shock. A stone skates down the sword's blade, and the goblin's face flashes with shock then pure terror. Santa crashes into the goblin, unleashes everything he's got, and walks away the winner. Two girls standing beside her stare wide-eyed, terrified out of their minds. Senna bursts into happy laughter and tells you, "We did it!" declaring it like a hard-earned victory. Annie and Shifa are completely stunned, like the world just hit pause. They realized Senna had the nerve to take down that monster alone, watched her power hit instantly, and caught how her razor-sharp eyes let her snap her sword up and smack away the thrown stones in seconds all, while her spirit kept burning as she fought through a living demon. And most of all, she could swing a sword like it was an extension of her soul. They're whispering that a brand new talent has arrived. He's being put on display right at home. A young guy is stirring something in a pot when he suddenly hears a voice whispering that someone's home. He heads to his sister, grins, and tells her he's ready for action. Then he asks how her first adventure went. She lights up, says she had a blast, and admits she fought a demon. The older brother shoots her a worried look, stunned and confused, and asks if she's okay and if she's hurt anywhere. The girl blurts that he's been freaking out over her, that the sisters were right there, that the demons fell easy, and that she swung a sword for the first time and actually loved it, while the young man mutters that it must be the gift, and he can't help but envy her. The hero tells her this stew is her reward for the first win, then slides it to her like, "Here, go on, eat." Today, he grabbed vegetables straight from the garden, proudly thinking, now we won't have to save on food, even if the meat's basically gone. Someone else offered her a good meal, and her brother leaned in, staring at the surprised Senna like, "Wait, what just happened?" My sister beams and swears the food is absolutely delicious. She beams with pure excitement, gushing over how ridiculously delicious every single vegetable is. His older brother clocks that something feels off today, and the girl beside him nods, saying the stew is way out of the ordinary. So he takes a bite, and the flavor hits so hard he can't stop thinking, "Wow, that's insanely good." Santa blurts out that they're ridiculously rich and sweet, and she's never tasted vegetables this delicious. While the young man goes, "These aren't like anything I've had before. This batch is on a whole other level." Sister beams and cheers that everything tastes amazing and there's so much to eat, and brother chimes in that he's relieved she's totally satisfied. The girl demands to know where he found those products, and he fires back, asking if she wants him to spill everything. So the main character starts the tale, but Senna cuts in and pushes for more, and he realizes he was being short-sighted. The sister grins and says she totally overdid it with the food. And then the guy leans in and tells Senna, "Come here, just for a minute. I need to explain something." The girl stares in shock. "Wait, there's a real garden in the yard?" The boy grins and shows her the veggies they just ate, telling her they were picked right from that very spot. Senna thinks this could be his big break. Then his brother backs him up, saying it might even slash their food costs. Her sister beams with pure joy and practically gushes, "I could eat this delicious stuff every single day." A young man can't stop dreaming about the gift he's about to receive because he swears it'll turbocharge his adventures and finally make him happy. He also says the garden looks amazing and that he's stuffed himself, and the girl goes, "Stop," because she's already drooling just thinking about it. The heroes spot a stone crashing down right near them. The girl blurts that the magical stone she snagged on today's adventure is real, and then a system voice cuts in. "Want to use it?" The boy blurts out, "Is this magical stone frozen magic?" And his sister nods, then turns to Senna and asks if he'll let it go. Senna says yes, and immediately asks what he's planning to do with it. The main character flings a stone to the ground, and the system's voice snaps back that it was a magical one. The boy can't believe what's about to unfold again, stares in awe at this incredible ability, and realizes he never in a million years expected everything to turn out like this. A young guy spots a tree that's absolutely loaded with meat, and he can't believe what he's seeing. The hero grins and reveals his power. He can grow a living vegetable garden that turns into fertile fields and lets him harvest mouth-watering crops on demand. Geo also thinks that once the magic stone was used, a tree sprouted straight up with meat hanging from it. The heroes are deep in the dungeon near Arsalt, and the next move could change everything. After battling countless demons, the girl collapses and tells him, "I'm exhausted." Once the dust settles fast, the opponents stop being a threat, and Shifa tells Senna, "If you're ready to dive into real research, then you're totally safe." Senna breaks into laughter and says the tiny stone she found is a souvenir for her brother. Annie scoffs that something so small can't matter, but Senna insists anyway and keeps it for him. Shifa asks about his brother, then admits that on the day of the descent, his vision was barely working. He says Geo dreams of becoming a traveler, but his gift just won't let him so. The boss panics, and Senna snaps back that everything's fine and Geo will stay right at home. She beams and gushes that her brother is truly amazing, then declares that with his talent, he'll take over the whole world. Geo's stomach drops when he hears Shifa could swing by. Then the sister adds that Annie might show up too. So the main character clenches his jaw and tells them, "We've got to clean this house now." He's convinced Shifa hasn't shown up for ages, and he slams his resolve down. He's determined to make her happy, no matter what. He starts to doubt himself the moment he realizes her face never changes, like her feelings are locked behind stone. And then he admits, Shifa stays calm and sweet, laughs way less than Annie, and that scares him, because he doesn't want to be the one who disappoints her. Santa tells her sisters, "Come see the garden because you're here for nothing else." The hero frets about how she'll react when he shows her the products, and the girl grins confidently, swearing the garden goodies will taste amazing. Her sister chimes in that she always loves to snack, and Geo can't help but think Shifa's probably going to be thrilled too. The boy decided to level up the garden, pushing it to be perfect for the guests. He realizes this garden isn't normal at all, and Santa whispers that they should grab some magical stones. The hero finally admits he's been dreaming for ages to upgrade his garden, then studies the system panel, pulling up Geo's stats level 2.8, vegetable area, hacked to 100 fort and send. Despite all that, he's still stuck with 0 skills. He claims the garden's level keeps climbing because magical stones are fueling it, and on top of that, you can stretch the whole garden wider and plant more crops. The system voice announces he can grow real meat in his garden now, and he's like, "All right, let's level this place up," even though he has 0 clue how he's supposed to pull it off. A voice demands, "How much magical stone are you burning next?" Geo snaps that he has to spend it all, and his sister can't believe who he's talking to. The system voice blares that the magic stones are getting drained, and right away the heroes spot them vanishing. Then they shout, "We just leveled up to 3. They're saying the garden space can finally be expanded and new crops can be grown, so the boy insists they go check it out. The hero admits he's never heard the names Burdock, Perilla, or Batat in his life, then turns to Senna and asks if she recognizes them, only for her to shake her head and insist she knows nothing at all. The girl asks if this is exotic food, and she practically lights up. She's sure it'd be amazing if they can manage to get it. In the garden, the hero and the girl spot fresh crops, and he lights up proudly, saying they've expanded their garden at last. The boy leans in with an idea. Maybe it's sweet potato or one of its varieties. Then the sisters jump in, buzzing to try the new crop right away. He tells you that steaming potatoes is all about picking the right ingredients first. The heroes take that brand new sweet potato straight off the line, and both freeze in shock, blown away by how sweet it tastes and how weirdly delicious the texture feels. Geo took one bite of that sweet potato and immediately went, "Nope, this isn't just a veggie, it's dessert." and he was 100% sure you could serve it like one. The girl admits her brother's gift is unreal, and once she taps the magical stone, she can do even more. So she grabs her plan and rushes off to get something new to keep testing fresh items. The hero grins and tells everyone his gardening level shot up. He's picked up brand new skills like crazy. The girls show up to apologize for the mess, all flustered, and she insists they better not be bothering them. The boy grins and ushers Shifa inside, saying he's always thrilled to have guests. Then his sister laughs and waves it off, insisting that everything's totally fine. The hero blurts out an apology for missing Annie at first. Annie tells him, "Senna said your garden is gorgeous, and she even came over to see it with her own eyes." The boss confirms it. Gio jumps in fast, saying his sister is blowing it out of proportion, because he really didn't go that far. And he can't believe it. This one little garden is ridiculously successful. The heroes step into a garden, and bam, it's really a thriving vegetable patch, so spotless and flourishing that they just stare in shock. The girls scan the garden and gasp at what's growing there. Veggies, fruits, and even mushrooms. Everything healthy, thriving, and bursting with life. People swear that this place has a brand new, beautiful fence now. Back then, this garden was way more run down. Senna gasps when she spots the fence, and the hero immediately admits it's his handiwork, then tells her that at level 5 he learned the fence building skill, so he can instantly slam up a barrier around the garden to keep nosy eyes out. Annie admits she totally underestimated him, and she can't believe he pulled off something as beautiful as this fence. And then she finally spots the crops for the very first time. The hero spots that Annie's been laughing in the garden lately, and now he's freaking out, trying to figure out why his big win impresses her so much. He clocked it. Shifa always looked cold, like she didn't care, and instead of letting it bug him, he pressed the question straight to her, asking what she really thought. Shifa gushed that it was so beautiful it floored her, but the hero shot back that maybe she was just trying to be polite. The main character pitches the idea, "Let's taste the garden's harvest," and the girls immediately go, "Yeah, let's do it." Gio jabs a finger at the tree and yells that meat is actually growing on it, and the girls freeze in pure shock at the bizarre sight. They swore they were wrong at first, but then they stared reality in the face and admitted, "Yeah, there's meat on this tree." And the young man? He says he was shocked too, right from the start. Annie's jaw drops when she spots meat hanging from the trees. It feels totally impossible, like her eyes are lying, until the hero leans in and tells her it all happens because of his gift. He brags that his garden harvest is downright delicious, then reaches to start picking right when the meat starts squirming and moving on its own, leaving everyone stunned. Then they realize the hero's got a meat basket, and somehow the meat leaps right into it on its own. So the hero can't stop grinning because it's insanely convenient. The girl reels in the garden. Stunned by what she's seen, she blurts out that it's not about comfort at all, because the meat is literally jumping, and that's what makes this whole thing insane. The heroes spot that the meat looks fresh and mouthwatering. Gio grins and pitches a barbecue tonight. Everyone lights up, and Annie immediately asks if that meat is truly safe to eat. Shifa leans in, dares to take a bite, and swears the meat is actually just wood. She insists it's only a gift from Gio, and tells me point blank not to worry. The heroes huddle up to plan the barbecue. One girl jumps in to help slice the meat, another volunteers to handle the cooking, and Annie gets stuck with the vegetables. The man steps up, declares everything's ready, waves everyone to dig in, and promises that Senna will be the first to taste the dish. Gio hands Shifi a bite of the freshly cooked meat and snaps, "Careful, it's still scorching." Right beside her, the girl raises an eyebrow and asks if Shifi really trusts her own choice. The main character's gut twists. With worry, he has no clue how Shifa is going to react when the meat hits the table. Shifasi meat is so good it'll make you stop mid-sentence. The boy grinned, thrilled she liked it, then leaned in and asked if it was really that tasty. The hero grins and says he's thrilled she loved it. Sheva swears she's never tasted anything this good, and Senna leans in like, "Annie, try it right now." The girl grins and says the meat is pure magic soft, tender, and unbelievably satisfying in every bite. She's practically vibrating with excitement, gushing about how the meat, especially beef and pork, sprouts right off the trees, and how the veggies and mushrooms taste just as amazing, until she's basically staring at the table like, I could eat all of this. Gio slides out a warm slice of sweet potato pie for dessert. The boy proudly shows Annie the sweet potato he grew in their own garden, and Annie stares, shocked. She's never even heard of a veggie like that. So the chef presses him about where it came from, and the hero confidently confirms, yeah, it's from our garden. The girls take a bite, and their eyes light up as they swear it tastes amazing. Annie admits she's never had anything like this in her life, and the chef practically freezes in awe of the sweet pie. He swears it tastes just like honey. The girls lean in, asking for one more slice of pie, and the hero clocks it instantly. These girls have a sweet tooth. Senna confirms her brother's gift is absolutely incredible, and the girls light up, buzzing with excitement and satisfaction over what the garden has turned into. The hero steps into his garden and spots a treasure trove of mouth-watering goodies waiting for him. Shafa blurts out that God has handed Gio an incredible gift, and she's so captivated by it that she can't stop marveling at how rare and unique his abilities really are. The moment he spots Shifa smiling, his whole mood lifts. He can't believe it's for him, and he insists she's only grinning like that for her own reasons, like it's all meant for her. Caught off guard by all that attention, the girl blurts that she's not even sure she's the one it's meant for. The boy shakes his head and insists he never meant anything like that, then promises there's still food and worries he won't be able to pull off entertaining everyone. The kid still swears it was his gift that kept them happy, and that the shell he stared at looked like a grin. He just doesn't know how this would have turned out without it. Ani gushes that the food tastes amazing, but there's just way too much for one person. And the hero points out that Senna loves to chow down too, yet even she can't possibly finish everything they grew in the garden. He claims his harvest is exploding fast and overflowing, and Annie jumps in, asking if they can use some of the food from his garden in the restaurant. The heroes were totally thrown for a loop when they realized the whole conversation was actually about a restaurant. The hero spots a monster line outside the restaurant even at lunch, and he can't help but wonder how insanely popular is this place. The waitress flashes a warm smile, ushers the next customer inside, and greets everyone like old friends, turning the whole place into a cozy, friendly buzz. He clocks it instantly. The crowd is packed with men, and it's not even close. A waitress strides up to a young man and practically beckons him to lunch at their restaurant. He claims there's a business meeting here, but trust me, he's not showing up for that. He couldn't believe it. Fresh restaurant just opened near Annie's house, and it was literally across the street, so he was dying to learn what was going on. The hero and that other girl stop in front of Lucas's restaurant, Annie's parents' place, where everything looks dead quiet now, even though it used to be packed. And the hero blurts out, "Is it still open?" Annie blurts that a brand new rival just showed up, and they've swept away every last client they had. The girl swallows hard, saying she used to come here with Senna, and now she can't stand how much this place has changed. Gio finally learns the truth: his father hasn't been around for ages, and Annie keeps vanishing too. But he soon realizes her sister is doing everything she can to keep the restaurant alive. The hero clocks how Annie's sister, Alicia, is always steady, kind, and tough as nails. And then she finally shows up, sweeps in with a real apology, and admits she kept them waiting. She can't wait. She walks right up and greets the heroes at the restaurant with a big, happy smile. The heroes stare in stunned silence, like the world just hit pause on them. Sister spots Annie and Gio in the room, and the guy freezes, totally confused. Then Alicia leans in and fires off a question. "Gio, did you see anything?" The girl spills the truth that the restaurant next door is bleeding money, and the only way they'll stand a chance is by dressing way more attractively. Annie admits it honestly makes her heart ache. Alicia blurts out that this new event is so wild it leaves everyone else completely baffled. Annie categorically calls their plan fatally flawed, sounds disappointed, and shuts the whole discussion down. The girl flashes a smile and tells Annie to dress to turn heads, but Annie freezes, staring in shock like, "Wait, what are you even talking about?" Another girl tries to calm her sister down, promising her shape will turn heads. Then Annie snaps back, shuts it down hard, and refuses to do it. Annie repeats every word just said, praying the hero doesn't have a crystal clear picture of what's going on, because the hero is totally lost and he has no clue what they're even talking about. She tells him her sister's off traveling, and now it's her job to hold down the restaurant. Annie tells her sister, "I'm backing you no matter what this restaurant means. Everything to me." Then she adds, "But don't forget, the whole point is the food." The hero spots it instantly. No fancy special menu, just a plain little restaurant that looks almost too ordinary. Alicia snaps a warning. If they keep things going like this, the restaurant they inherited from their father could turn unprofitable and end up shutting its doors for good. Joe's jaw drops. Alicia is way more upset than he expected, and she insists it matters for both sisters. The hero storms back to the girls and tells them, "I only came because Annie asked me to." He swears his gift can save the restaurant, then leans in and admits he's been grinding over how to use his powers to fix the whole problem. The guy brags about the massive harvest from his own garden, then swears every single thing he gathered is unbelievably tasty. Alicia blurts that she's never laid eyes on products this fresh and this top-notch, while the young man proudly displays the roots and leaves. When the hero reveals the rice, everyone snaps with shock. "We've heard of it, but we've never actually seen it. It's so rare in our land." Alicia tells everyone that this kind of rice is insanely rare and usually has to be shipped in from other countries. And Annie chimes in that she's spotted rice like this at the market before. She's stunned, because rice that color usually comes out brown until the hero pulls out polished rice that's pure white and gleaming, and tells her that even in an ordinary harvest, it's been looking just like this. The sister can't stop staring at the garden and demands to know how they pulled in all those ingredients. Then Annie drops, meat even grows on trees, and the whole crowd stares in pure shock. She grabs Alice and dares her to cook up a dish using these exact ingredients. She flat out admits she won't let him be dragged into humiliating work. She thanks you for the ingredients, then jumps into cooking something mouth-watering using her hands to show every step, confessing she usually keeps her skills hidden. But tonight, she's finally making an exception. Annie grins and says she snagged a cookbook in her dad's room packed with directions for cooking rice, and her sister thanks her, thrilled the recipe will finally help her whip up rice right. The girl cracks open the book, follows every instruction dill, strange cuts of an animal's body, and a whopping 25 potatoes, then freezes when the tougher parts hit, especially the magic, but she decides to go for it anyway. Alicia tells everyone to pour in loads of water and keep stirring, then blurts out that the rice is already gone, making the sister freeze in shock, while that guy calmly says, "Don't worry, I already grabbed fresh rice." The heroes catch a mouth-watering whiff of rice steaming in the air. In the crowd, people whisper that the line's crawling and they're not sure they're actually standing in it. So they tug at the man and demand he wait a moment. A bright-eyed girl greets the visitors at the Lucas restaurant's entrance, warmly pulls them in, and invites them to grab a snack inside. She leans in and tells them, "We've got a brand new menu, come look." Gio snaps that her outfit looks weird. Annie fires back that she crafted a special look just for her sister, and the client blurts that he doesn't remember any restaurant being here, but he's into their waitress, and the place smells amazing. The guys stare at the menu like it's calling them in and ask if they can finally order, and the girl nods, saying, "Yep, go ahead." The waiter slides the freshly ordered dishes onto the table and tells the guests, "Thanks for waiting." And when they finally see that food sitting there, their faces light up with pure shock and awe. The young man points at the spread on the table: perilla leaves, stuffed with meat and burdock root, potato salad, a thick veggie soup, and a big bowl of boiled rice. Then the waiter announces, "This is our special set lunch." He's totally stunned to find a weird ingredient like that on the menu, and he blurts out that he's never even seen rice before in his life. The heroes stare in disbelief. Why on earth would rice, that rare treasure, show up in some run-of-the-mill place? They can't stop thinking, what kind of flavor is that even supposed to be? Gio's convinced everyone's going to fall in love with the food, because the characters pour their hearts into every dish, and every single ingredient is fresh from his garden. The guests dug in, and one couldn't stop raving that the food was insanely delicious, while another leaned in and declared the rice was soft, fluffy, and perfectly cooked. They dig in and start grinning. This man claims the more rice he loads onto his plate, the tastier it gets. And then another customer chimes in that the salad and soup are downright delicious, topping it off by saying the meat is amazing too. The hero points out the perilla leaves crank the dish up with fresh, spicy kick, while the burdock brings in a satisfying, feel-good texture. Alicia and Gio beam as a customer raves about their restaurant. Then he drops the wild surprise. You don't even have rice. Annie slides out a steaming portion of rice for the guest. The girl declares they can shovel down unlimited rice, and the whole group just stare shocked. Other visitors crowd in, asking for the next available seats, then staring in disbelief as the food blows their minds, because they've never tasted anything like this before, and they can't stop admiring it. Alicia leans over and asks Gio if she can take something off his plate, and Gio nods right away. Then he spots it. She's smiling like crazy even though she's still stuck working at the restaurant. The heroes keep munching and chatting, huddled over how ridiculously fresh the ingredients are, and they can't stop asking where this rare, delicious stuff even came from. Just like that, the waiter panicked, and the customers shot him worried looks asking what was going on, only for the first guy to calm everyone down and insist it was nothing serious. Clients spot those gorgeous girls across the street and claim it makes up for the tiny space. Then they start coming back again and again because the food is absolutely delicious. Guests rave about the mouth-watering food at Lucas, and they can't stop talking about how warm and welcoming the owner is. Alicia beams and thanks the hero for everything, practically glowing with pride at the success, then blurts out that she can't even remember the last time they had this many guests. The young guy offers to whip up more dishes straight from the garden if they want seconds. So the restaurant owner promises to pay him big, but he shakes his head and refuses the money. She makes it crystal clear. Since she owns the place, she won't grab free food, not even from friends. The girl blurts that if it tastes this good, she'll gladly pay double the going price. And Gio shoots back that she's got a mountain of work left to climb. The hero promises he'll be happy as long as they can keep the shop open, then pushes them to stick to the market price, for now saying they'll talk about it again once they can actually afford it. And Alicia is absolutely thrilled. She turns to Gio and asks what he really thinks of his sister, and Gio nods, saying she's a genuinely good girl. The girl drags the hero into a walk with her and her sister, and he's suddenly all awkward, like he doesn't know where to put himself. Annie's sister greets her, then shoots a warning don't tease the hero, because he might not even get the joke. He admits he gets the hints, but he can't stop asking why Alicia insists on leaving everything exactly the way it is. She tells her that if her sister hesitates, she'll snatch Gio for herself. Annie's eyes widen as her sister blurts out something that makes zero sense, and Alicia just smirks. I'm going to get ready for tomorrow. She vows she'll throw everything she's got into making the Lucas restaurant thrive and prosper. The hero lets out a huge breath because Alicia is okay again, while Annie admits she was terrified she'd already lost control. Then the guy blinks in disbelief, shocked it all happened so fast and still came out perfect. The girl warns, don't ever mess with your gift. Careful is the only way to use it right. She warns that the kidnappers might make them crank out goods day after day, then pleads for them to stay on guard. The hero ruminates on why she stopped him last time, then leans in and asks if she's worried about him. She snaps back that she never wanted anything to go wrong with the restaurant. He's realized that when things get brutal, you've got to talk to someone, and he's relieved he can trust Anna and the others. She insists that this time he didn't just save her. He literally carved a way out of death, and she's sure she couldn't have ever returned the favor the way he did. Geo blurts that she's known him since they were kids, and then she insists he's a genuinely good person, even if he can be a little naive sometimes. The hero blurts out, asking if she ate something weird, and she answers that she snacked straight off the tree. Then he's stunned when she thanks him so deeply, realizing it's all because of the gift he gave her. He's grinning from ear to ear, and he says today, thanks to his gift, so many people are finally reaping the benefits. Geo can't shake the worry that his gift could get twisted for the wrong reasons, and he knows exactly what that risk could cost. The girl in the cap flashes back to her last trip to that restaurant, because the hottest seat in the whole place was across the street. The heroine can't stop staring at how the Lucas restaurant is thriving, and she's determined to dig out the secret behind its insane success. The boy blurts out that it happened again. His sister shoots back, "What happened?" And he tells her, "Just come take a look." A young guy spots what's going on, crows, and he immediately starts grumbling about how these constant problems never quit. His sister pushes a brutal idea: exterminate the crows, and insists they're no threat at all to adventurers. That girl can't stop wondering why the crows never land near her, while the young man clocks the pattern those birds always show up the moment he's around. Her brother swears the crows fear her on instinct, but Senna cuts in fast. She says they don't take him seriously at all. She's stuck in a mind war: should she quit roaming and finally guard the garden for real? While her brother just shrugs, insists he only wants to stay put, and tells her it's time to hit the road for an adventure. Thanks, Senna, for shooing the birds for a bit, the young man says, because the fence won't hold them back, and he's sick of standing guard over the harvest non-stop. He powers up with magical stones, praying they'll carry him to victory. And just like that, his level shoots straight up to 10. After leveling up, the hero whips open brand new abilities. And then he's stunned to see the garden has grown bigger now. A sharp knock slammed the door. Geo hesitated, then decided to check later and demanded, "Who's there?" Liliali Ruka stepped out, flashed a merchant's grin, and warmly introduced herself to the heroes. The young man clocked how tiny she was, and couldn't help wondering if she was really from the little Puzian race. Geo leans in and tells her exactly how he's going to help. The girl tells Lucas that the restaurant blew up because the food is ridiculously good, and she totally agrees, even confessing she was shocked by just how amazing the dishes tasted. She couldn't stand not knowing where they got those top-tier ingredients, so she started tailing the restaurant like a detective. Lyric lets out a laugh and says, "That's exactly why I'm here," then adds that from the outside, the house looks so plain-like it couldn't possibly be the place where ingredients this amazing come from. The hero's totally lost, staring at the girl like, "What do you want from me?" and blurts out, "Wait, what's going on here?" The girl can't shake the feeling that this whole thing might be setting her up for a gift. He clings to Annie's warning. The less people who learn about this weird power, the safer it is, because the moment word spreads, someone will always try to abuse it. The little girl bursts into laughter and says the hero tried to fool her. Then she smirks, because he's so naive that every single thought is staring back at her from his face. The girl declares the apple is delicious. Then she happily offers to team up. Lorica says the products won't just go to the Lucas restaurant, they'll hit other cafes and stores too. Then she leans in and asks if he's interested, and the man wastes no time confirming he absolutely is. The girl in Macap gets it. This hero pays attention to the small stuff, and she goes on to say that hobbits, by their very nature, never lie and always stick to fair, honest deals. He's stunned. He's never even heard of those crafty hobbits, and he can't deny it. They're insanely smart and weirdly peaceful, and the girl quickly tells him, if the hero's worried, make a magical contract. She says magical contracts aren't just paperwork, they lock in every deal and keep trade secrets safe. The girl proposes a clause in the contract that bans anyone from spilling magical secrets. Then she pushes for a deal right there before digging into every last detail. The hero figures the Lucas restaurant crowd loved her products, and now he's itching to wow even more people with them. He admits trading isn't his thing, yet he still leans on seasoned traders to get the connections and arrangements he needs. The main character flashes his resolve and says, I'll sign the contract." And the girl lights up, thanking him like it just saved her world. Laruki steps up and announces a magical contract is in full force now. Gio's itching to prove it and show off his garden. A young man proudly shows a wild tree where veggies, fruits, and mushrooms grow right out of the branches. So the girl gasps, stunned, and blurts, "What is this?" Gio tells everyone they don't have to plant a single seed, because it all grows in an hour, and you can harvest and switch to any variety or species right away. The hero says it can slap a fresh, crisp flavor on any product, or even turn it sweet. The girl straight up admits, it's hard to believe something like that miracle could even be real. She claims you'll never find that kind of quality in the market, and he's stunned because the words he heard before said the exact opposite. The boy's gut screams that something's off, but the girl beams and insists everything here is perfectly fine. He's telling everyone that brand new product types have started popping up lately. Like, yeah, fish. The hero smirks and says, fish don't grow on trees, come on. Let's be real. And he adds, like they're multiplying overnight growing, like mushrooms in the garden. The girl says you never see something like this every day, and the little one insists the fish looks perfectly real. Then Gio admits she has no clue how to cook it, and she's never even learned how to dry or smoke fish like this. Laruki grabs the hero and invites him to cook fish together, just to celebrate their new friendship. She tells him she used to work with fishermen, so she's got fish cooking down to a science. And then she points out that what they're eating is mackerel. The girl slices the fish into 3 pieces, and Boomshi stares in awe at how gorgeous that fillet turned out, while the hero grins, thrilled he gets to cook with fish this fresh. The boy blurts out, "Can we even eat raw fish?" And the girl tells him to stop worrying and try cooking it different ways, because this is a one-of-a-kind situation. Gio admits it's brutal to get the bones out, and Larika chimes in that this dish needs more than that salt, oil, and vegetables too. The hero clocks at Laruka, knows her way around food, and she grins, saying her job puts her in constant contact with all kinds of people. The boy laughs, says it sounds awesome, and he'd love to travel, or become an adventurer. Then the girl leans in and asks how growing meat on trees could possibly help an adventurer. The main character calls out that the food's ready. Both of them lock eyes at just how mouth-watering everything looks, and then they dive in to try it. That guy calls the dish fried fish a la Meunier. He's blown away. The flavor is silky soft and deep, and matte fish is so juicy it almost feels unreal. The hero leans in and asks Lilia what she honestly thinks about food. The girl grins and says the fish is packed with rich flavor, fatty and sweet, right to the last bite. She finally blurts out that she's never ever tasted fish this delicious before. Gio shoots Lilia a worried look and asks if she's really okay after what she just said. Laruki blurts out an apology for knowing him so well, and the awkwardness hits him like a wave. The hero breaks into laughter and declares that the dish turned out absolutely amazing. The girl thanks the hero for the fish, swearing it only happened because of him. Then the hero snaps back, "No, you cooked it." And they both dive into the delicious bite. But the girl won't back down, insisting the win still belongs to the hero. She teases that they should meet in the middle, and that their shared gratitude could turn into something powerful, real teamwork that actually works. The boy insists he wants to plant more of the same fish, and says that's exactly why they'll have to shrink the space for other crops. The protagonist says it'd be awesome to have a bigger plot so they can plant more, and the girl pauses, thinking hard, then admits the plot's limits are what choke the garden's growth. The young man spots those crows attacking him again, and annoyance flares hot in his chest. He swears the crows are keeping a sharp eye on the fish over on that farm. Gio cracks his knuckles and says, "Today, I'm going to make sure the crows learn who's really in charge around here." He swung the shovel and completely missed. The hero swings a shovel to scare off the crows, but the birds still swoop in and steal a chunk of the harvest. The girl rushes up and asks Gio if he's okay, and Gio answers that he's mostly fine because somehow he managed to save at least something. The boy watches the crows swarm in tight flocks and then lunge at him without fear, so he clenches his fists and vows, I'm not backing down without a fight. The system screen flashes his garden just hit level 10 and he's unlocked a brand new skill. A mysterious voice demands, "Do you want to build a defender?" And the girl blurts out, shocked, "Wait, who are you talking to?" A brand new defender steps in, swears he'll guard the garden, and Geo immediately orders him to chase off the crows. Lyric hits him with a question, "What's going on?" He tells her the created protector is the heart of her gift. The crows swarm the defender like a furious curse, and he blasts them back with raw, forceful power. The main character clocks it instantly. This defender is an absolute wall, shutting down the crows with brutal, flawless defense. He's grinning because the defender's success blew him away. The girl stares at the defender's brute strength and blurts that it's an insanely powerful gift. Dio beams and swears everything went perfectly, then thanks him from the bottom of his heart for all his hard work. He promises that the garden is finally safe, thanks to the defender who made it happen. They're saying Laruka is back home, ready to seal the deal because the money's rolling in steady and the garden's locked down tight, all thanks to that golem. The boy leans in and asks, "Are we all set?" The girl beams and says she bought a piece of land right by his house, then goes, "I want to give you this as a gift." LaRue claims that if the fields get bigger, the harvest explodes with way more yield. The hero's stomach churns over how much money they blew, and he doubts they're taking this choice seriously until the girl smiles and swears that buying the land will rake in huge profits soon. She says this move will forge trust between them like nothing else. The heroes lock in and push forward, deciding to keep working side by side and leveling up together. Geo feels sure he can trust this man with his life, and together they dive straight into tearing that abandoned house down. The system's voice demanded, "Do we open the plot now, turn this land into it? And do we need a brand new fence?" And the main character nodded, confirming every single word. In the blink of an eye, the house vanishes out of nowhere, clearing the way for fresh plantings. And Lyric is left stunned. A wide-eyed young man stares in awe at the massive new space, and the hero grins, telling him that this giant area means they can finally grow crops on a scale no one dreamed of. Lyric tosses over the money, and when Geo sees how much there is, he panics, then decides to stash it out of Senna's sight. The girl gasps when she spots this enormous vegetable garden. The hero lights up when he realizes this land is his now, and he sprints into planting like there's no tomorrow. Sister spots a whole forest of meat trees, beef, pork, even horse meat and chicken. Then she locks eyes on fish, too. She lets out a heavy sigh and dreams out loud about gardens like that spreading across the world. And then her brother shrugs. Yeah, he's got 1,000 of the 25,000 he owns right now. But even with that, it's still not nearly enough room. Geo steps up and offers to gather the next harvest. And then, bam, the system flashes a fresh list of herbs he can grow, including medicinal ones. The hero blurts out what kind of grass this is. And the girl grins. This is the kind they use to make potions that slam your health right back. She tells you that this herb used to sit in every pharmacy, but now it's gone cold because everyone's stuck waiting for the next harvest. The moment the herbs are gone, he realizes the dungeons turn into a total nightmare. He grins and thinks, "If I gather this grass, it'll help Shafi." The boy accepted the help, then replayed a chat with Santa about a pharmacy. A young man strides up to a busted, forgotten pharmacy that still hangs its door open, and he can't stop wondering, what kind of person runs the place? Inside the pharmacy, the whole place feels dead and lifeless, like a bad omen hanging in the air. Our hero shudders at how eerie it is, then scans the shelves and finds absolutely nothing worth his time. The hero snaps a greeting at the stranger who just walked in. The boy blurts out, "Whose pharmacy is this?" And the girl smirks, "It's mine. I sell here and I work as the pharmacy assistant too." A young man spots something weird. Her maid outfit matches the inside of that pharmacy like it was made for it. Out of the shadows, a girl steps into view and tells Dennis, "This is a special form just for you." The girl in uniform points him to Mrs. Marin, greets the hero with a smile, and admits she's never seen him around here before. The boy swore he spotted a living dead person, and then he realized this abandoned house fit her perfectly. Dennis pushes for a new form, and Ms. Marin shuts it down, telling him it's not her choice, it's the manager's order. The hero realizes these looks fit her perfectly, and Dennis shoots back that she despises this form because, surprise, she's actually a boy. Ms. Marin blurts in shock that Dennis isn't a boy. At all, he's a seriously handsome guy. Dennis shoots back that he's the real deal, no puppet, no tricks. And the girl keeps refusing it with every breath. She tells me Denise is the kind of person who makes you feel instantly welcome. Just as the main character decides to walk away, someone grabs him and demands that he stay. A guy in a maid outfit leans in and asks if Gio came here for business. The man leans in and admits he's scrounged up all the ingredients for a healing potion, and he's ready to sell them. Dennis confirms it's top-notch, and the girl can't help but admire how fresh and full of life the hero feels. She says this Ama can whip up a top-tier healing potion to restore your health. The uniformed guy breaks it down. Potions aren't all the same. Some mend tiny scrapes, others tackle major injuries, and the better the class, the steeper the price tag. Dennis realizes Miss Marin can spot the quality of a potion at first glance. Her gift just tells her instantly. She gasps in disbelief, blurting that she's never seen leaves this massive before, then marvels at how perfectly big and beautifully made they are. The pharmacy assistant leans in and tells you the crop's yield hasn't budged 1 inch this year. The weather wrecked it. Miss Marin's eyes turn ice cold and terrifying. She can't stand it that the boy keeps praising the guest. The hero claims his sister, Santa, is a wanderer, and Dennis fires back that she shows up at their place all the time, coming with Shefa. Gio says he'll hook them up with a discount, but they'll be forced to sell the elixirs only to his sister. The girl nods in agreement, says Shefa's squad is her usual crowd, and then drops the real twist. She's got a condition too. She snaps out of nowhere and declares, "Dennis is mine and I have every right to him." The hero flashes a grin because he spots it. Another health potion is about to pop in for Shefa again. The uniformed man leans in and says the target's quality is insanely high, then pushes Gio to come back with more raw materials. Mrs. Marin confirms it's truly an insanely high-quality product, and she can't stop wondering where the hero ever found an eye this good. The girl leans in and spots the healing potion finally ready to use. She's convinced that this potion has a brand new kind of power, something that never existed before. Marin tells everyone he's not some easy mark, then decides the potion has to be watered down. Her face lights up as she says she snagged a whole pile of medicinal herbs. Then she leans in and asks if he brought the medicinal plants to the pharmacy. She says Shefa asked her to pass along her thanks, then tells you she's heading out on a long expedition. The brother blurts that he's causing trouble for Shefa again, and the sister fires back that she's an amazing warrior, and in those dungeons, they'd never replace her. The girls spot a monstrous giant looming up ahead. Shefa promises, "I've got your back right there with you." The girls finally breathe easy, everything's been settled, and Annie watches as Senna wipes away that bloody grizzly without breaking a sweat. Cena credits their success to their support. Annie can sense living beings before they even come near with her hunting magic, and Shefa wields the Empress's prestige, pushing allies stronger and leaving opponents stumbling. Annie says it's all down to her sword skills, God's favor, and how fast he gets the situation. Then the girls realize they're already pushing deeper into the dungeon in a blur. Senna tells him it's all because of her brother, because without his potion, descending would have been deadly. She admits that when she thanked him, Gio looked totally thrown off for a moment, and he senses 2 weak souls up ahead, and right away he figures someone's hurt there. The girls rush into the dungeon, spot the wounded, and waste zero time immediately deciding to help them. He freezes in disbelief at his comrade's wounds, and he practically gasps that this is way worse than anything he imagined. Senna hands him a healing elixir and begs him to drink it. The girls whisper that someone's lurking right behind her. The heroes snap their eyes forward and realize the people standing there are the monster's friends they thought they already wiped out. They beg Senna to cover for them while they patch up the wounded, and she smugly decides taking them down will be a piece of cake. Eni swears that more monsters are about to crash in here any minute now. Shefa's mind races for reinforcements, as Senna suddenly feels her whole body slip into a weightless, floating calm. She tears into monsters, then barrels toward the next fight to save everyone. Someone spots them and realizes, oh wow, that this is the Shifa squad. The girls burst into joy as they greeted Eliza, traded urgent updates about the wounded, and then rushed to use the potion right away to heal them. Eliza points out we'll need top-tier healing herbs, so she urges everyone to grab every herb we can to patch up the wounded while Annie shrugs, insisting first-class herbs will be enough with just a little. The heroes and everyone else huddled around the wounded, staring in shock at how brutal the injuries were. And the girl declared, "Don't worry, these wounds will heal completely, thanks to my potions." The wounded burst out their thanks for saving their squad, and Eliza grabs their hands, urging them to push forward together. Senna and Shifa lock it in. "We're staying right here," they declare. Eliza swears the potion they used is top tier, better than any first-class potion out there. She demands where they even got the elixir, and the girl blurts out that it came from the pharmacy Mrs. Marin runs. Marin looks back on that time and grins. She swears she was already a killer pharmacist back then. The boss shrugs and claims she and Eliza struck a deal, so of course they know each other. But Eliza just can't figure out why her team keeps getting reshuffled over and over. Senna's eyes widen. She's shocked to see their potion looks completely wrong. The girls stared at the potion in awe, swore it was even better than first class, and couldn't stop asking how in the world they brewed it. People swear this is Geo, and that all this garden belongs to him. Dennis snaps that all of this is happening because of the herbs Geo brought, and the hero fires back that yeah, he's heard the same thing from Senna already. The boy grins and admits it helping Shifa makes him feel right at home, and that satisfaction hits him hard every time he can assist. The young guy leans in and boasts, "I didn't just come with one. I brought even more Amya." The hero teases, joking that she's spying on her again, and Dennis quickly reports that Geo just brought Ama back again. The main character hands Mrs. Marin a bundle of herbs, and she lights up, thanking him over and over for the incredible gift. She says it's exactly because of his herbs that this place is packed with visitors. Geo's getting stronger, but there's one thing that still trips him up. He has no clue how to brew potions. Dennis practically gushes about how sweet Mrs. Marin is, and she smirks back like, "You're cute, you know." Marina tells the hero she's truly grateful, and he shrugs it off, saying he didn't do anything special, then promises he'll bring more medicinal herbs soon. "My sister is hounding me to figure out exactly how many magical stones are out there," the brother explains. "Those herbs paid off, so I'm leveling up and chasing bigger chances." And he snaps that now they can surge forward fast, while the system window flashes the proof. The stones are already gone. They say the level jumped up. Boom. A brand new fence type got unlocked, and along with it came fresh skills and even more kinds of goods. Shu can't believe it. Eggs are being grown now, and it totally blows his mind. The hero buries an egg in the ground, then leans in close and watches it hatch into something impossible. He stares at the small, magical egg and realizes it's ballooned into something huge, way bigger than anyone expected. The boy can't stop staring at that massive egg, thinking, who on earth is going to crawl out of there? A monster? A young guy lies there, picturing the hatch, then panicking about how he'll survive raising a monster from day one. He thinks plucking an egg from a branch is a piece of cake, but the rest? That's where everything turns messy and complicated. Laruka greets the hero and, like always, flashes a grin because she's rolled in with food again. She blurts that she's heard about the new super elixirs and wants to know if those medicinal herbs are his. Geo answers, confirming it. The cap-wearing girl spots his stash of useful plants, and the boy grins. He promises he'll grow them too, then turns serious and asks about the monsters. She swears she does it, and the orders just keep pouring in. So the young man grills her about the eggs, and Lyra's like, "What eggs?" Because she's never even heard the word. She says real live monsters are almost unheard of, and then hits you with the truth. Monsters are born cruel, and they don't mix with humans. Laruka can't shake the regret of it. Someone actually thought to summon a monster, and now that choice haunts her every day. The hero can't stop wrestling with the fact that they just don't fit. He figures if the monster stays small, he can take it down or stop it from hatching, so it won't wreck his future. The boy spots the egg twitching and crawling into motion, and his shock instantly turns to fear. The boy shrugs off his sister's late arrival, even as the egg situation nags at his mind still. It somehow warms his heart. The girl digs in with pure delight, then blurts out a heartfelt thanks, completely glowing because the food tastes so good. The brother grins and tells her, "You're eating like crazy today." And she snaps back, "Yeah, I had to fight that monster again today." The boy blurts out, "How dangerous are the monsters?" And Santa immediately remembers the claws of the one that nearly ruined those girls, making it crystal clear. These monsters aren't just scary. They're deadly. The hero finally admits it. Those monsters are downright cruel. The sister mulls over the idea of making friends with the good monsters, compares them to a golem, and then drops the big thought. These monsters could grow into family. My brother says it's way easier without her, because the second she's home, she just sits there doing nothing. He swears he's not alone, but his parents were taken way too early, and his sister keeps vanishing on the road like she can't stop traveling. The boy grabs the egg, and the moment he checks it, it starts to wriggle. A cocky young man grins and swears he'll hatch a monster straight out of an egg. The hero decided to plant food ahead of time, preparing for the future monster before it even showed up. Geo decides to peek at the egg, and the second he looks, the monster inside starts twitching more and more, like it's getting ready to break out. He freezes in shock because that egg has already cooled right down. The boy stared at the egg and wondered what that monster inside felt when the cold hit hard. Then he realized he had to heat that egg fast. The young man crouches over the egg, covers it tight, and feels it warm up just a little. The main character finally sinks into sleep, nudges the egg right beside him, and promises he'll keep caring for it through the night. Geo sprawls in bed, clutching an egg, begging it to hatch faster. The egg starts to split open, and the hero's mind races with one urgent question. What do I do next? The boy fires up his voice, speaking encouraging words that light a fire in everyone's heart. The tiny kitten just hatched, and the young man suddenly realizes he feels weak as hell. He's convinced he absolutely has to grab some milk. The boy spots coconuts dripping with milk up in the tree, and a grin spreads like nothing in the world can stop him from drinking it. The hero suddenly tastes fresh air and gets hit with this clean, healthy scent that makes everything feel new again. He drops some milk into a bowl and feeds it straight to the cat. That cat shoves down the drink like it's got a grudge against hunger, and Geo can't believe how fast she's just gulping it all down. He's thrilled that the garden never fails to come through, that there's always enough to feed the cat, and then he realizes she's getting happier day by day. The boy grins and gushes that the cat is super cute and fluffy, and you can tell he's having a blast every time he plays with her. He admits that even if she thinks she's a monster, she might end up as someone's pet, and he can't stop wondering what to name the cat. The man spots the cat's snowy white fur and grins, tossing out names like Snowball or Iceball, while he keeps his voice soft and comforting as he talks to her. The hero tells her, "If you truly love milk, you'll turn milky like it's destiny." Someone shouted that they were home, and Geo immediately ordered his sister to come to him. She demands, "What miracle is this?" And her brother grins, "Easy now, you're living with us." She can't stop gushing over the adorable cat, and he stays quiet, refusing to tell her the little thing hatched from an egg. Senna got bitten by a cat, and Geo exploded with rage because his sister bolted right after it. Sana snaps, saying her brother cares more about the cat than her, and she's convinced that furry little thief stole her brother's love. The girl snaps, insisting he's my brother and I'm his sister. And Geo's eyes widen as he realizes, that kid's a cat. The boy yells that dinner's ready and hands out milk. Then his sister lunges in, desperate for her share too. The girl beams and declares the milk tastes sweet as candy. The cat purrs in pure delight, and the young man grins like, "Man, it's awesome how we can pick up food this delicious right from our garden." He can't stop thinking, now we finally look like a real family. Ju snaps that their little family can't coast. They've got to work harder and sell more goods if they want to grow. The heroine grins and says today isn't just about one goal. Something brand new is coming. And when she checks her herbs, she realizes she's holding a whole stash of rare ones. Ms. Marin spots the hairy grass and blurts out that she's seeing it for the very first time. Then the girl fires back that this wild stuff can be turned into an icy potion. She claims that once someone drinks this potion, fire and heat won't scare them. And Denial fires back that the potion's effects depend on what it's made of. The hero's convinced that this icy elixir could save travelers, and Marin backs him up saying it's especially valuable in those brutal, hard-to-reach corners of the dungeon. They swear this potion can save you in the worst spots imaginable, like right down in a volcano crater. He shrugs and says it'll vanish soon, and the other guy hits back. Dude, we're standing right in front of a volcano. The hero nods and confirms the dungeon isn't just one ride, it's packed with multiple levels, each with its own brutal vibe. Cave, volcanic, forest, ruin, and even an underwater stretch. She also explains every level has its own rules and monsters, and the hardest one is underwater, and nobody's cleared it yet. Eni tells you the volcanic floor isn't just dangerous, it's scorching hellfire, and only a handful of people can survive that kind of heat. She swears that if they beat the bosses, they'll snag huge rewards, rare, valuable items she can sell to make herself famous, and Senna immediately knows they're about to go toe-to-toe with the volcano bosses. Eni blurts that she just wants to clock out for the day. This heat is crushing her, and since they've got no water magic, they're running on empty and utterly wiped. Shifa lifts a potion that gleams like pure ice. She tells her, "Drink this potion, heat and fire won't touch you anymore." Then the girl chimes in. It's just a trial batch from Mrs. Marin. The boss says Marin handed it over for free, but only if they test it. Then they start talking about how she pulled off a potion so amazing using that rare Hiyari herb. The girl blurts out that Marin bought grass from Hio. The heroes finally crack open the potion they got, and one of them recoils because it's ice cold, and it even stings a little going down. The girl can't believe it. She drinks the potion, and suddenly the heat stops pounding her, like someone flipped a switch. Shifa blurts out that she's going straight to the volcano right now, even though it could get her killed. She points at the volcano and warns them about the searing hot ground. Even with danger snapping at his heels, Santa spots the potion's magic sweet, refreshing coolness spreading over him. The heroes felt it kick in. This potion was working, and the heat was dead on, so they marched straight toward the lava with zero fear. Up ahead, 3 blazing fire monsters crashed into view, and the heroes' courage instantly turned into worry. The girls realize these monsters are fire dogs, and they can't help but think, if we take them on, we'll be tougher than every opponent we've faced so far. Shifa notices something brutal. Every time the sword lands, the monster's flames get hit and start to fade. They're saying this effect keeps going long enough that demand is about to explode, and once other teams catch wind, they'll all be lining up to buy it too. Shifa shoots out a confident grin. This potion will keep them safe, and she hammers the team forward, telling them to charge ahead and take down the bosses. The boy beams and declares that today's harvest of hairy grasses is going to be epic, and he vows he'll do anything to keep her entertained. The boy clocks that he's sitting on skills he hasn't even touched yet, then fires up the idea. Let's use them. The hero claims it's an upgraded fence, and the system voice immediately asks, should we build a wall? Geo confirms it without hesitation. He cheers when a fence finally pops up instead of that brutal wall, then instantly snaps, telling everyone he doesn't need a fence like that at all. The system's voice snaps, asking if he wants to hide the area, and the boy nods, going along with it. He realizes that skills normally hit instantly, but this time, nothing at all happens. He decides to test fresh crop varieties, but as soon as he looks closer, they're just the same old stuff, nothing new at all. The hero spots it instantly. Wheat, potatoes, and tomatoes have shot up to top-notch quality, even though they were just average before. The boy grins to himself, convinced these crops are about to taste even better. Exhausted from the dungeon, she's desperate to get out and back onto a soft bed like right now. She shoots a gasp. Pure shock hits her like a punch. The Senate slams them with questions where they came from and where the house is. The boy shrugs it off like, I was just testing new skills, then shows the proof in a secret spot. But when he realizes the neighbors were probably shocked too, he decides, yeah, I'm done using this. The sister finally cracks and admits she's wrecked. She even thought she'd have to sleep outside while her brother nods along, saying she can barely stagger. Then the girl snaps that he ruined everything again by cooking up yet another batch of new herbs. She snaps that they wasted the whole day crawling over a volcano, and the boy just hangs his head. He spent the same time sitting around, gathering herbs. While everyone else blazed through the flat dungeons, the brothers throw out the idea to celebrate finishing the first level with a proper dinner. And then they push to invite the girls. He tells everyone he'll handle dinner, and his sister fires back that it's wildly motivating. The heroes finally rush in, and there, right in front of them, stands the boss. A terrifying red lizard. People are whispering that this is the new boss, and rumor says his name is Volcano. Santa spots a massive dragon with ironclad scales, an opponent, so terrifying it hasn't been seen in years. Shifa is convinced they can beat him, and she pushes for a full-on assault, attack the dragon from every angle and smash their forces together. Annie suggests they grab a little extra potion, just to be safe. The heroine snaps her power on Empress's prestige, and suddenly her allies hit harder while her enemies get weakened to the bone. Senna spots her opponent and says he's seriously attractive. Then someone grabs her shoulder and warns her to watch her step. The boss clocks that the dragon's locked on Senna, and his gut tells him getting close to him won't be a walk in the park. She's totally lost without someone to guide her, and there's no way she'll find anything on her own. She struts in like she owns the world, completely sure she can pull it off. The boss drags the lizard into a humiliating bow. Annie grins and shouts that she finally managed to injure the dragon, and then she confirms, no joke, the potion is insanely powerful. The girl thanks Annie for jumping in, says they just clicked, and smiles as she admits that when they team up, they're way stronger together. The heroes rally back together and throw every last ounce of power into their next move. The girl beams and warmly greets Shifu. The boss greets Canaria, and she shoots back, how's it going? Then spots a brand new face in the squad. The boss grins and reveals it's Senna, her longtime friend. The canary feels it in her bones. Every single day the dungeon gets tougher to get through. She leans in and demands their plan for today, then presses, so you've come to report the results, right? The heroes lock in their answer and decide to make the report today. The girl freezes at the massive weight in her hands, then blurts out that it's the size of a volcano. Shufa says, this is our report, then grins as they smash the volcano boss and claim victory. The canary blurts, is it true? Then the boss snaps, yeah, and the weight slams home the proof. The girl at the reception nods and confirms it's the exact scale of a red lizard, then spills who they teamed up with, while the heroes insist they finish the whole job solo, with no help from any other teams. They say the boss is still stuck there, waiting to be picked up, so the canary agrees, but warns the gear for crossing the volcano isn't ready yet. Annie flashes a grin and tells everyone they don't need any fancy gear because there's an ice elixir. She says you drink it and suddenly you can feel pure coldness even right at the mouth of a raging volcano. The hero gasps in shock. Turns out the boss volcano is already crushed, and he blurts that he's never even heard of an elixir like that. Travelers grin and swear by the potion it hits the mark perfectly and doesn't burn a single inch. They rush to thank the heroes, and the girl urges them to move on. Look, there's a lizard lying there. Kavoifa's just 18, yet she's already a Class B fighter, and she's taken down a volcano. The moment he saw the stunned volcano, his jaw dropped in pure disbelief. He stares at the volcano's scales in shock. Most of them are barely damaged, and that means he can sell them for a fortune. A young man leans in and asks how they managed to pin the monster down so cleanly, because in his experience, monsters dragged in from battle are always smashed to pieces. The hero spots the scales ripped open with one brutal strike, stares in shock like he can't breathe, and blurts out who the hell could have hit that hard. Someone asks Shifu if she made it, and she snaps, no. Then the same question gets thrown at Annie. She stares back and admits she can't even handle a sword like that. A crew of guys starts talking about Senna, totally convinced she couldn't possibly be behind it, until the girl steps in and shuts them down by confirming she did. She beams and declares, "With a sword in my hand, I'm the strongest of them all." Gio's eyes lit up as he spotted a mountain of magical stones, more than he ever expected, and he just couldn't believe it. Then his sister stepped in and explained the truth. The prizes change based on the level of the monsters. She gushes that her boss is amazing, so the reward fits perfectly. Then she practically begs for praise. When the cat starts meowing, they say Milky wants head pats too. Senna blurts out, "Why are you all praising that cat?" And her brother shrugs like it's therapy-like. Instantly, the whole vibe feels better while the girl snaps back that you shouldn't pet your sister like that. Gio tells everyone, "Don't be jealous." And Milky is still just a tiny kitten. The boy's jaw drops because the cat has ballooned in size fast, like it grew overnight, in just a few days. The brother grins and announces he's ready to supercharge the garden with the magical stones he just got. A system voice blasts through the air. Level up. And suddenly he's hit with fresh skills, brand new cultures to explore, and one huge discovery. Copper and iron ore are now on his menu. A young man steels himself, then acts like he never saw a thing. The girl grins and tells him, "Starting tomorrow, I'm finally taking a day off." The boy pitches the idea of inviting the girls to a party to toast their wins and the fresh opportunities ahead. The heroes decide to toast their dungeon victory with a big, hearty dinner. The girls blink at the insane spread of food. Everything smells unreal and Gio blurts, "Alicia helped me." Alicia grins and explains that Luca's cafe is open just for them today, with every single ingredient plucked straight from Gio's own garden. The girl tells them they can cook as much as they want, then urges them to stuff their faces with as much food as their hearts desire. The heroes burst into joyful cheers over their win, then grin and say that steak looks absolutely mouthwatering. Shifa nods and gushes that it looks absolutely mouthwatering. And Senna's eyes light up, her mouth is watering like crazy, and she can't wait to take a bite. The boy proudly tells him he's cooked up a meal with brand new, top-tier crops. The heroes froze in shock when they spotted the dishes laid out on the table. Annie takes a bite, her eyes lighting up as she says it's so delicious you might just drop from pure pleasure. Then she keeps eating like every second is heaven. The chef grins and blurts that he could eat forever, and everyone else cheers right along, begging for more food immediately. Gio finally gets it. New cultures don't just introduce food. They unleash a dangerously intense hunger that hooks him with pure, reckless enjoyment. They swear the ingredients are just run-of-the-mill, but the girls still dig in and smile, praising how that tender meat and crunchy onion hit perfectly, because the meat stays juicy, flavorful, and downright addictive. They realize those earlier dishes were way too tasty, and if some lousy crew got their hands on them, they'd be flipped into illegal stuff, so they decide to stash everything far, far away. Shifa beams at Gio, thanking him for the sweet reward and tells him it's the least he can do, because Gio takes care of Senna, and Shifa can't forget that. The girl blurts out that the center forward is insanely talented. They somehow pulled it off in no time, and the sister was the real reason. The boy finally thinks, "At least now I can help my friends somehow." He straight up admits his envy for them hasn't died, it's still burning in him. Shifa beams and thanks the guy for the ice potions that got them through the volcanic zone and helped them take down the boss, then fires back that Gio's got power on another level too. Annie tells them he brewed healing potions for the team and handled the logistics like a pro, and the sister nods. Dungeon deeper moves are brutally hard. Alicia grabs his attention and tells him to come with them, then promises she'll handle everything from there. Gio agrees. He figures he can still slide back into the group. The girls gush their thanks for the amazing meal and tell him they're stuffed done for. The hero turns to Alicia and, based on how fast and how much they devoured, declares the food was insanely tasty. They ask their boss if they'll head out again soon, and she just shrugs and says, "We do take breaks sometimes." Annie's eyes light up. Maybe she can help at the restaurant. Then she jokes she'll be sleeping all the time. The boy sinks into thought and shoves his plans to later. Then the heroes trade goodbyes and split up, heading off in separate directions. The girl calls the hero by name and blurts out that she just has to thank him. She tells everyone exactly what food we're getting and which herb we're using today. Shifa pulls the hero aside and tells him, "Tomorrow, we're going for a walk." Our main character hurries to get dressed, slipping into sharp formal clothes like he means business. Then his sister blurts, "Where are you going?" He's dressed to impress. And right beside him, a cat lounges like it already knows the whole story. The boy gently scratches Milk the cat and promises, "Senna's got you today." Milk tilts her head and meows like, "Huh?" Then the boy shoots out an apology, in case he doesn't make it back after a long day. He walks away, and his sister and Milk just watch him disappear. He's thrilled, because today he gets Sifa all to himself. Yep. It's a real date, so they're heading out to stylish spots and soaking up that perfect, good vibes atmosphere. He's practically bursting with excitement, smiling like crazy. Then he spots a girl up ahead dressed up for the day, and she grins and calls out, "Good morning." A shy boy tries to act casual, blurts out if he made her wait, and when she says she just arrived, he panics for a second, then starts fumbling through the usual date lines, wondering where they should go. Sifa admits she's already got a plan in her head, and the guy is totally stunned. Then she tells him to hand it all to her, because she wants to thank him right now. Sifa's date plan has him grinning like crazy, and as they push ahead, he realizes today is about to be the best day ever. The girl halts in her tracks, then points at the grim house and blurts, "We're here." In total disbelief, the main character stares in silence and blurts out, "Wait, this is Marlin's pharmacy, right?" And the girl nods, then greets someone as she steps inside. The maid girl beams, "Good morning," then spots that it's just the two of them today, a super rare sight, and asks if they need anything. The other girl shakes her head and says, "Nope, we're just browsing." Then the maid finally blurts the real question. She wants to know, was this a date? Suddenly, the girl's eyes widen. Her expression flips, and it hits them. This abandoned building wasn't a date spot at all. The main character swears this place isn't meant for dates at all, while Sifa, wordless, scans every item on the shelves like he can't believe they're here. Sifa stares straight ahead in silence, and the guy can't help smiling just being with her, yet he's dying to know what's racing through her mind. Then the girl snaps her gaze to Gio, and it throws him off because she asks, "Are you having fun?" He scrambles for the right words, then blurts out a simple "yes," all while he's been staring at the seafood the whole time. They slip out of the building in silence. The maid begs them to come back again, and somehow they land in a gun shop where the main character instantly realizes this is definitely not a place for a date. The boy clocks that Cypher's back to staring in silence, asks if she's having fun. She says yes, and then he awkwardly blurts, "Is that okay?" He's convinced he's never been on a real date, and in his head it always means one thing: shopping for clothes. With some girl standing there like, "Which outfit looks best on me?" A mustached man lifts his hand to greet them, points behind himself and claims he just snagged something new, then asks if they want to try it. The girl and the boy just stare at him in silence. She slips into the first outfit, and the main character blurts that she looks incredibly strong until the weight crushes her. So she swaps into a more revealing one and swears it feels light. The guy immediately asks, "But isn't it too light?" Cypher whips around and asks Gaio which one looks better, and Gio goes, "I like the light one more," then grimaces and admits it doesn't look great, adding that it's not what matters before he shyly looks away. The boy whips his head away and tells the girl, straight up, that she looks way better in casual clothes. When they step out, the girl freezes in surprise, and a blush hits her cheeks, while Gio leans in and asks Sifa if she wants to pick something up, but she just stays silent. Then Sifa drags the guy into a huge building, and just like that, the whole adventure is over. No dates, no romance, only a totally different world. Sifa points out this is the lobby hotels on the second floor. training areas in the basement and tells Tom to take a look. And when Tom suddenly recognizes the place, he still nods and agrees. Everyone's stunned by Sifu showing up out of nowhere, and their eyes snap to the girl, because now they realize she's a rank B adventurer. She suddenly realizes she's famous, but he still refuses to believe it because he's on a date with Sifa. While someone in the background is yelling at him to focus, one guy leveled his sword at the other, who was hunched on the floor, and snarled that if he kept shaking, the monsters would devour him. And the trembling man nodded like he had no choice. One guy is loosing arrows into the targets, another is hacking through sword drills, and a third is just sitting back and resting while Sifa watches the whole scene unfold. Her main character stands right beside her. But doubt chews him up. He can't shake the fear this might not be a real date at all. Honestly, it never felt like a real date from the start. He was probably the only one buying that idea. Sifa said they'd just go take a walk, but her meaning still felt like a locked door, so she pressed the boy again, asking if he was having fun. And when he nodded, even that simple yes somehow felt weirdly mysterious. Two boys hype up the third one, telling him this is his moment. Then they fully back him, cheering him on every step. The main character is totally stunned, like he's about to confess to sci-fi. Then the boy drops his head, asks her to be his training partner, and extends his hand. The girl tries to say she's slammed right now, but Gio waves it off, and honestly he's dying to see her throw down in a fight. Sifa grips a spear. The other guy's got a sword. And the main character's like, all right, this is it. I'm finally gonna see her in battle. The boy screams that he'll do it, lunges in when she dodges the hit, and then slams back in again right away. The boy froze in shock when the girl suddenly popped up beside him and yanked the sword straight from his hands, and even the main character couldn't believe what he was seeing. The boy crumples onto the floor. The girl jabs a spear straight at his head, and he blurts out that he surrenders. She's all grace and swagger in her smooth movements, and he can't help but think, yeah, she's seriously cool. And just seeing Sifa in adventure mode leaves him absolutely thrilled. Another girl slides over and asks to team up for practice, but Sifa cuts it off, saying she's done for now, because she's got urgent business today. Everyone's stunned when she marches right up to the guy who just asked if she's done. The girl nudged Gio and asked if he was hungry, and when he said yes, she dragged him toward a trendy cafe. They step into the venue, and the guy freezes because the place hits him like a memory. They were here yesterday. Right at the entrance, a girl in uniform steps up with a menu, stares at Gio and Sifa, and blurts out in shock, "Wait, what are you two doing here?" The main character instantly clocks it's Annie-like. She promised she'd show up at the restaurant to help. Sifa tells him, cool as ice, that they've come to eat, and he agrees she gets it. But the real story is that the girl is steering him somewhere else. She corners the guy and asks if he's alone with her. Then she presses, "So, is this a date?" He asks what she even gets out of it. And the moment he does, her anger sparks as she snaps, "I see no other reason." Gio insists Sifa picked the stops, but somehow it never felt like a date until Sifa clocks the truth and realizes they've ended up at their restaurant. Gio was totally having a blast, even though he had zero clue what she was thinking. And it still didn't feel like a date to him. The girl tells the boy he's still way off. Going on a science fiction date is a whole 100 years too early. He's stunned, and Annie immediately snaps, "Come sit with us at the table," then promises she'll swing by to take their order. Gio realizes he might have been way too cocky because Sifa isn't just older than him, she's an absolute pro traveler. And he's not really in her league. When he finally shows up, Safa pounces and asks what they talked about. But he dodges the details because if it were a date, he figures she would have dragged him to way more special places. Then she asks if he's tired, and he just shrugs, saying he's a little worn out. She tells him not to fret. Once he takes that delicious bite, he'll feel better immediately. And the guy just stares, shocked at how unexpectedly simple she is. He grins, tells her she's dead on, and says, "We've got to eat, so let's order more." He shrugs it off like it's nothing, even if it isn't a date. In the end, he still makes time to hang out with Cypher, and Lucas's restaurant is the best he knows. Maybe even the best anywhere. The main character can't stop thinking about that special place, and deep down they're desperate to say what they need to while still learning how to give way to each other. The girl leans in and asks the boy, "Did I make you happy?" Then admits she scrambled for great places for them, but they just didn't come out right. She wanted him to have a blast, because today was her way of thanking him for everything, but she had no clue how to make him truly happy. So she dragged him to her favorite spots, praying he'd feel the same spark she did. The boy froze in shock when he realized these places meant everything to her so much that she even begged to see the dungeon. But then she pulled back and changed her mind. She quizzes him, "Did you like it?" And the main character nods, telling her, "Yeah, I really did." He's like, "As long as I'm with you, we'll have fun anywhere we go." And then he realizes, wait, that totally sounds like a confession. The girl flashes a smile and nods. Then the main character exhales in relief, thinking, wow, she's both weird and awesome at the same time. He caught a glimpse of Sifa's wild new side, one he'd never seen before. And somehow, this day turned out absolutely wonderful. She tells him there's one last spot left, then drags him straight to her place. And he can't help wondering if she's about to meet him to her father. But she just smiles and says it's one of her favorite places. The main character sinks into deep thought until someone drops bad news, and the grill snaps that it came straight from the workshop. He finds out her family runs a forge, and then she snaps, "What's going on with Billy's dad?" The father fires a question at the boy, "Who are you?" And when the boy proudly answers, the father's joy explodes. But so does the realization of why Sif is there with him. He presses, "So I really do have a date with your daughter," and then snaps into a fake serious face while she begs, "Don't bring it up," and fires back. What happened? We're in a mess right now. They all freeze when a mysterious guy suddenly shows up, calls them out for being too loud, then straight up asks how things are going with the money. They corner the bald man and demand to know why he even showed up here in the first place. This is Cassia. He shows up and tells him, "I'm here to remind you, you've been owing me money for 3 straight months." The man swore he'd bring them back for sure, so they went all in and took a massive order. Sifa grabs one of her acquaintances and demands answers. Then he tells her the merchant who made the order vanished out of nowhere. Cassia snaps at him to stop, and the moment she asks if he can't get his act together, anxiety starts spiraling in his chest. He refuses to dwell on the bad stuff, but a nasty gut feeling hits. What if his dealer flipped the script and set him up? He bursts into laughter and fires back. "What made you think that?" Because Gio already gave him more than enough extensions. And after all, he's a legal creditor, so Gio can't shake the feeling something's off. Find out if his father's finally telling him to wait a little longer, then he'll get everything back. Because Cassia is done waiting. He already paid the blacksmith his deposit, and if the man still won't pay up, Cassia will tear the whole place apart. He screams that the forge is his lifeline handed down by his grandfather, and he'll fight tooth and nail to stop it from being destroyed. Hasea snaps his finger at her and screams that she gave up her daughter. The main character erupts in a shout, daring him to never spit out that nonsense again. And the whole crowd goes wide-eyed, everyone stunned. Cassia storms toward the guy who thinks he slipped up, but before she can get to him, someone grabs her and stops her in her tracks. The man tells Jose, "You've got time, just wait until the appointed hour, now go." Cassia realizes he's got the guy cornered, grabs the moment, and slams down the deal. "You've got 3 days by then, bring the money." Someone blurts to the boss that he's been calling the Adventurers Guild over and over, but the guild swears they can't find any merchant by that name. He still thinks Hase personally gave those orders all along. He's sorry he dragged Gio into it, and now he begs Gio to hear him out and explain everything. "I can't honestly say everything's fine, sure. They've got skilled workers and plenty of clients, but new customers trip them up, and they've even slipped into the red." One evening, he was posted up at the tavern when Hasea, the town's moneylender, slid right up to him. And that's how they met at first. He figured he'd found a genuinely good guy and everything was going great. Until a fake trader handed them an order. And then he vanished, cutting off all contact. He snaps that he's way too trusting and, yeah, because of him, they got tossed into this mess. They've got zero proof Kaseya did anything. And now that debt is going to be brutal to repay. He can't shake the feeling that something's off, so instead of chasing him for money, they're trying to block the debt from getting paid. And he starts wondering if he even needs that workshop in the first place. Maybe Sifa needs it if only she could snatch the boss's reward. But 3 days just isn't long enough. The main character tells him, I owe you everything, so if it's not asking too much, you gotta help me out. The man smirks and says, it's really 500 gold coins. Then holds up 5 fingers right in your face. Everyone's freaking out because somehow they've got to scrape together 500 gold coins in just 3 days. Sypha shoots him an apology for dragging him into it, then insists he'll do everything he can to help. He's convinced Reza's trying to hit Sypha, but even if Reza sells the harvest, there's no time left. They need a whole different plan right now. In moments like this, he tries to talk it out with Laruka, but he has no idea where she's hiding. Still, she'll show up for the harvest tomorrow morning, but he can't waste a second. He's got to act now, so he'll rush to the trade guild and dig up answers about her. They tell him she's an elusive trader, and even they can't pin down where she is. So he demands they at least give him a rough guess of where she might be. She has no idea where she is. Then boom, she appears out of nowhere and snaps. This is a wild place to meet. She blurts out, shocked, that he'd been searching for her this whole time and that he's got a real business matter to handle. She leans in, listens to him and goes, whoa, that sounds serious. Then she admits this wasn't random, he just wanted to show her something. The hero yanks out a gleaming chunk of ore and holds it up to the girl, and her eyes widen as she realizes, shocked and breathless, that it's gold ore. Gio claims he grew her right in the garden, and the girl's jaw drops. Then he smirks and says that if he sells just a pile of that ore, it'll wipe out his debt in one shot. She snaps back that it's not that simple, cops and owners call the shots where the gold is dug, and if he moves big batches, they'll clock it as illegal mining, so he realizes once more that he's walking straight into a dead end. She leans in and asks what else she can get, especially mithril, a stuff mined where the mana runs wild, far beyond any ruler's control. The boy could cash it in, but she snaps a warning that selling it will light up everyone's suspicions. The girl flashes a spark of an idea and dares them to hand her the job. While the boy panics, there are only 3 days left to wipe out the debt. She flashes a calm smile, tells him not to worry and to hand the whole mess to her, and he nods right away. The boy's betting everything on her, but when the man blocks the money like it's their last lifeline, they realize this is all they can scrape together, and it still isn't enough. So it looks like they're about to lose the workshop too. Suddenly, someone called out to them. Gio's main character stepped in with Laruka right beside him, and she introduced herself as a merchant, saying she'd come to place the exact order based on what Gio had told her. The man announces they're shutting it down, and the girl snaps back that the client already promised payment before the job even started, leaving him stunned. Even if Lyric has no clue this'll cover his debt, he's got to start somewhere, so he talks to them and begs to take a look at what they've got. The man snaps in shock at the sheer mountain of mithril ore, and then he spots even more inside her enchanted bag. She's ready to hand it over, but only if they order 200 sets of shields and swords. She flips the document in front of him and fires off the question, will that amount really cover everything? His eyes go wide, because when he hears the order is for 200 sets, he can barely believe it, and suddenly, it's clear they'll have the money to crush the debt. The moment he hears it, his gut screams, too good to be real, and he instantly clamps down, thinking he's being played before his face turns dead serious. She says, cool as ice. You don't have to trust me. I know this is my first deal. Then hits back with the truth. This job was handed to her by Gio. Sypha rushes back to her father, insisting everything's fine, and that she trusts him now. Right then, her dad realizes it was this very man who stood up for her. The man nods and accepts the proposal, promises he'll give it everything he's got, then gripes Lauritia's hand while she leans on his word. She thrusts a pouch of money into his hands, and the man freezes because inside are platinum coins. Cypher's heard they're far more valuable than the regular kind, the kind nobles and merchants fight to get. He's walking right now, then suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. Right before she leaves the house, Cassia clocks a stranger and blurts, "What's the rush for?" Cassia stands there with a few guys and demands, "So you were really thinking about slipping out of the city in the middle of the night?" He leans in and reminds him today's payday, and if he bolts, it'll turn into a huge, unavoidable disaster. The man snaps at his daughter to stay right here, worried she'll be targeted, while the boy insists it's safer for her to stay in the workshop. Cassia storms up to the blacksmith and asks if he got the full amount, and the blacksmith snaps back that he can only cover it today. But his debt is 500 gold coins. The man flashes 2 coins and claims that's all they'll need. Then the whole crowd erupts in shock. They corner him and demand, "How the heck did you rack up all this money in just 3 days?" Lyrica thrusts her hand up and declares they've just reached an agreement, even though she's only the mediator. Cassia can't stop wondering who this guy is. He didn't think anyone could spike that kind of interest in just 3 days. And then the guy shrugs like, "I completely forgot about the interest." The man presses him again, and Hosea snaps that it's painfully obvious he should count how many times he apologized, then push the payment back again. He says he needs 1,500 gold coins, and another guy snaps back, calling it nonsense, then demands where those numbers even came from. Only for the truth to hit hard, that exact sum is the real debt. The man snaps that the workshop barely has enough coins to even touch the debt, so there's only one choice left. He's forced to hand over his daughter. Rage blazes in his eyes as he snarls that he'll have to kill his opponent, while everyone else begs him to cool off because they refuse to jump straight into a fight. The main character closes in on the bald man, drops a deadly serious stare, and vows he'll never let this happen. Then he's shocked by what comes next. Hosea snaps with rage, spots him as the same guy, and demands to know why he's butting in, then asks if he's truly done with life, and the guy just answers that it's somehow connected to him. The main character blurts out, full confidence, "Safai's my dear friend, that's why." And the girl's eyes go wide in shock. The man grabs him and fires a question. "Are you ready to protect your pride and swallow every brutal hit of reality? Because right now, we're about to find out." Lyric slams the brakes, grabs their attention, and blurts that she couldn't finish the job she promised the client. The girl flashes the document and snaps that the client is the real owner of these lands. And everyone's jaw drops at the bombshell. Inside the palace, someone at the table snaps that there's nothing left they can do, because they've got to help Lauritia, no matter what. The heroine gasps. Then it hits her exactly what the head of the provincial town of Arsal is really saying. And once Aya yanks her hand back from the boy, and the seal hits her mind, every last doubt vanishes. The lyrics warn him, if he tries to sneak an unfair fee in the workshop, the ruler will sniff it out and catch him. Kazea's friends are seething, so he clamps down on his clenched teeth and snatches the 500 gold coins payment. Then the man calls it time to go, and all 4 of them just watch, stunned, as they walk out. The man panics and blurts to the boy, "Are you hurt?" But the boy is totally stunned. And then someone whips their head toward Gio. The main character drops to apologize to Saifa for how he acted, but he can't help beaming because, somehow, everything ended up okay. The girl lunges into a sudden hug. The boy freezes in shock, and as the whole crowd stares, she turns and thanks Gio. The boy's still in shock, shouting that nothing would have happened if Laruka hadn't stepped in then. Another guy interrupts, demanding proof she really got the ruler's order, and praising her as an incredible traitor. She beamed with joy because Gio truly throws himself into helping others, and it shows. She tells him he's awesome and that he proved himself a real knight, and he realizes, right in front of Cypher, that he just said something insanely bold. The girl finally admits she never heard a thing. She was way too far off. Then Gio's jaw drops in shock. The man declares, "Today I saved you. Now thank me again, Sepha." And the other guy shrugs. No need. One hug is more than enough. The main character thinks that, normally, there's no way he'd ever be able to face a scary guy like that. Cassius seethed with rage, baffled at how he managed to trip himself up, and after prepping for ages, his big plan still collapsed. One of the guys tells him, "No matter how hard you swung at it, you couldn't track her base, but you nailed the most popular place instead. This is the house where that newly adult brother and sister are living right there with them, is also that guy. And there's no way he's staying free, because he needs to be taken captive." The girl grins and tells them she brewed a brand new potion, and she nailed it, because when the lid opens, a gorgeous blue glow spills out, and both of them just stare at the bottle in awe. She's grilled about what Denise's potion will do, but the maid girl shrugs and says it's the assistant's job, so she can take the dare, try it herself, and chug that bubbly fizzy potion. Then the girl dares her to dip her face into the water while clutching the bucket, and she obeys, plunging in. Her eyes pop wide the moment she figures out she can breathe underwater. And Dennis tells Marlene it's wild. Why on earth can she breathe down there? Marlon tells everyone about an underwater elixir brewed from aerial flowers. Drink it, and you'll feel exactly like you're on land, no matter how deep you dive. TA shoots Gio a question. "Did you bring these flowers?" And Gio nods. "Yeah, I did. They only bloom thousands of meters up in the sky above sea level, so this isn't just any ingredient. It's downright rare." She can't shake the question of where that guy even finds ingredients like that. So she turns straight to Marlon. She's the question back. What's she even going to do with the water? And that bottle she just drank from? Better to dump it out right now, or she could even do it herself. Marlon tells them, "I'll need water, and when we're done, this bottle will turn into a priceless family relic." Sypha slips into the building, blurts out an apology for barging in, and the girls stare in shock, because this time, someone actually brought it. Then Dennis dumps the water. Marlon lets out a heartbreaking cry, and Dennis turns right around to greet Safari. Dennis leans in and asks the girl if she's come for what she's brewing for the next trip. She nods, and he shoots back that she's right on time, because Marlene already has the potion ready. A sweet, milky smell hit the air, and he realized, well, lunchtime was here. So he just stood there with food clutched in his hands. The main character leans in and tells the milk, "My favorite dish is fried mackerel." My sister swears he's grown perfectly because lately he's been downing milk like it's his favorite snack, and somehow he's gotten bigger than she ever imagined. Even though he's still a cat, he's still convinced it's a monster's egg, and while everyone else panics, he happily clutches it, completely ignoring the milk's danger, because he's crazy about it. He clings to the milk and admits that, even though he's already an adult, he's still totally spoiled, while his sister gushes that he's cute and immediately wants to pet him. Milk snaps her gaze to her, and the guy tells Seamzine he doesn't love her, so she fires back. Then why? The boy asks if she's heading to the dungeon today, tells her to eat first since she's still hunting for that pair, then pushes. So what area are we exploring? Everyone's packed at the entrance to the underwater zone, and they're in trouble. No breathing, no mercy until they get the water potion. Rush in and watch it work, because the ice turns out to be deadly effective. Then, like they'd rehearsed it 1,000 times, they dive in together, cool heads. Synchronized moves dropping straight into the crushing deep. The girl freezes, in shock. She can breathe and stride underwater like it's nothing. And somehow her clothes stay bone dry. They hear each other crystal clear. She snaps her gaze to her partners, and her hunting instinct is still blazing. She can feel that monster closing in. A ferocious shark with razor-sharp teeth slices through the water straight toward them, and the girls stare in shock, convinced it's just some giant fish. One of them shot forward into the hunt, and in the blink of an eye he slammed the shark with a single crushing blow and dropped it dead. Everyone swears Sina's swordsmanship hasn't dulled a bit, and they're sure they'll crush this place. Plus, Marlin's potions have never missed, and Geo kept supplying the ingredients. Or at least, that's what they believed. Sure, they don't have a single clue about this dungeon, so they storm in, chart every twist and turn, and keep scribbling the rooms onto their plan while they hunt their way through. Then they stride down the aisle, and suddenly underwater plants and colorful fish fill their view, stunning them with how breathtaking this place really is. The girls start wondering if that coral's the real deal, and if it weren't for the dungeon, this place would be a money-making tourist dream. But nope, monsters are lurking everywhere, and one of them's hiding right behind the corals. Here, there are fish. Geo doesn't even farm himself. No one knows if they're tasty or something worse. But raising monsters from them is a terrible idea. The girl insists they're not really that dangerous. But this dungeon fights back, because breathing underwater is a nightmare, until water potions make it shockingly easy. Then she spots something off, and she demands you check it out. 3 girls freeze in shock as a massive dark silhouette looms over them, and in that instant they all swear it's the boss of the underwater zone. Meanwhile, at Geo's house, night has already fallen. The main character is sound asleep, and someone asks, "Is this the place?" Only to get a firm yes. Shadowy figures gather out front, trading words about why his sister is missing perfect timing. Now they just have to snag one guy and launch a fast chase after him. The moment the door swung open, Milk snapped into action, growling like crazy and yanking the boy by his clothes. The kid jerked awake, eyes wide, and demanded what was going on. Milk stared straight ahead and snarled again, daring whatever was out there. He stares at the door in front of him, wondering if it's Senna, but when it isn't, the truth stays a mystery. The Milk explodes into a roar and charges straight at the enemies, leaving them frozen in shock. Scrambling to fight back, then one of them blurts, "Wait, is that a cat?" One of the guys flashes a knife. The main character yells for his ward to watch out, and Milk stays ice calm as he slips past the strike. Then he rakes one of the opponents with his paw, and they shriek that this isn't a normal cat, it's dangerous, and it needs to be ripped out of here. The main character freezes in shock, then blurts out that he's worried and asks Milk if he's hurt, only for Milk to snap back that the danger isn't done, and they've got to run to the garden. The main character steps outside with a cat, and the second he appears, someone spots him and yells that he's in the yard like, "Get him, he needs to be caught." Geo bursts free, and the second he's out, he knows that if these guys start hunting him and they get their hands on him, it's going to end badly. The hero tells Milk, "Don't worry, I've got strong friends." And right on cue, a golem stomps into the scene. He lunges at one of the guys, and right behind the first one, another golem is waiting. And everyone's stunned to see golems showing up and moving like they own the place. One of the guys yells for everyone to chill, because they're outnumbered and more people keep flooding in. The enemy squad freezes in shock, then they blurt, "How many of you are here?" And, panicking, "And how many more will we have to crush just to take down one guy?" The man rushes to the boss and says, "Golems have crawled out of somewhere." Geo's jaw drops because someone else just popped up, and when a golem lunges to attack him, he whips into action before it can strike. He lunges in and wipes out the golem on the spot, then turns to his subordinates and grills them about what's wrong with those lumps of clay. Yet it all somehow lands like a punchline, and his men are grinning like they just nailed it. He freezes in shock when he realizes the creditor is the same guy who came to take revenge, so before the danger can catch up, he lashes out and quickly takes down the golem. One of the guys blasts out a warning, "No matter what you do, they're coming back." Then Hasiya charges in and takes on another golem. He throws hands with them, then spots the main character slipping out from behind a tree like he's been hiding there in Milk. Because even if he corners Geo and asks if he did it, all those endless replicas he makes, none of it matters. It's pointless. The main character bolts to escape, and Chelsea snaps that the guy thinks he can slip away from him while saying he has no business wasting his time. A massive golem rips out from behind the tree. Kazuya freezes in pure shock, then blurts out what it is, and immediately starts getting ready to strike. He charges at the column with his sword swinging, then freezes in pure horror when the blade snaps like it's nothing. He's convinced it's just nonsense then. He crumples to the ground, staring around like, where did all these monsters even come from? Kaseya shows up out of nowhere and demands to know if his people are running into trouble with these clay golems. Hiding behind the tree, the main character stares in awe as this guy bulldozes the golems. With zero effort at this pace, they're getting wiped out, one by one. Milk morphs into Geo and finally agrees to step back. But they've got to figure out the next move fast, because the giants still don't even slow him down. Geo realizes there has to be a way out, and then bam! The system blares that with the Mega Guardian's help, his home garden has finally hit level 20. Geo whips his eyes around and realizes he hasn't tried this skill yet. The choice looks awful, but he's got no choice, so he commits. And right as he does, the golem starts forming out of the clay. He can't believe he's able to churn out more Mega Guards than the system demands permission every single time, and he blasts through it to spawn 3 more, identical in size. He freezes, staring at the guards in pure shock, because the main character didn't even know he could forge golems that huge, and lucky for them, it's the middle of the night, with the whole terrifying mess right in the middle of the street. A man drops to the ground, stares at the golems, and despair crashes over him as he mutters that this has to be the dumbest nonsense ever. The main character barks an order for the golems to toss that guy out, and before anyone can react, one of them reaches straight for Kisei. The golem manages to snatch him in its grip, but the man thrashes like crazy, demanding it let him go right now. He stares down in stunned horror at the drop golem yanks his grip away, and he crashes to the ground, back first screaming through the pain. He's coughing up blood and collapsed unconscious on the ground, while his own people rush in, stunned out of their minds. 2 of them snatch it, and everyone freezes like it's straight-up madness, because this isn't a garden at all. So they panic, insist they have to get out right now, and just like that, everyone bolts. The protagonist stares forward, glances at the giant, and demands to know if the danger's gone for good then. Milk happily rubs up and down the owner's leg, and Geo can't help but smile. The man brags that the Mega Guards are his personal pets, then starts laying out exactly what he'd do without them. At the same time, a whole swarm of fish, every kind under the sun, glides through the deep, while 3 girls step onto the shore and drop down to sit. She blurts out, "I can't believe our boss is a colossal monster about 100 meters long," and then warns, "Don't ever underestimate unfamiliar terrain like that." Sifa quizzes her, "Do you really think we can take him down?" The girl grins and says, "Yeah, she's sure he'll be delicious." But she snaps it back. That's not the thought for now, even if she agrees. For the moment, everything's going their way. In the end, they chose to poke around a little more before heading back, because right now, they won't take on that boss. He's absolutely massive, so the second he shows up, everyone will feel it. Plus, they've got Annie's gift in their hands. First, down the potion. This is it. A girl hands it to another and she's convinced. Then the third one leans back in doubt, staring at that huge monster's weird, almost unreal presence. Like maybe they're seeing things. The girls are underwater, and one by one they grin. We've probably explored enough. So they dive back up and finally sprint home. They vow to stay on guard on the way back, because next time they'll need a real game plan to take down the boss. Then all 3 stare ahead, stunned, and completely freeze. A massive black sea monster crawls into view, and pure terror locks them in place. They can't even move. The girls gawk as he suddenly materializes right in front of them, and her hunting instincts don't even twitch to warn her. Then they make a break for it, only to look back and realize that monster is right on their heels. He yanks his mouth open and starts gulping down water like crazy. Then the girls whip their heads around and realize at this rate, he'll swallow them next. Right in the middle of it all, Cypher slams the brake, shocking both girls, and then drops the bombshell. He's not scary at all. The girl insists the volcano was nothing like this, and Sifa thrusts her hand forward, channeling the Empress's power, a gift that weakens foes, but the mightier the enemy, the less it bites. With a monster like that looming over them, he's basically useless. Then the girl spots something and snaps. "Look over there." They're frozen in shock, as his body starts to crumble and break apart right in front of them. The braid finally admits it had this figured out all along because it's not one giant fish at all, and the monster keeps shredding itself apart. Turns out it wasn't some monster at all. It was a whole school of tiny fish. They swarmed in numbers, and the girls instantly understood why his presence felt so thin, because she was feeling nothing at all. Then she snapped into action and grabbed her sword. The girls stare at the fish swarm, and then it hits them hard. The whole thing was a slick, deliberate act to trick them. They warn, "Don't be careless. There's probably a leader in their ranks, stronger than the rest." And one of the girls suddenly steps forward. She reaches out with magic, grabs control of every fish at once, and declares she'll handle the whole support. Then she demands the little fish bow to her. The moment the fish heard the girl and shot straight toward them. A second girl burst in, sword drawn, swinging to attack. The girl snaps that the Empress's power is crushing them. Everything slows to a crawl, and soon they'll start slipping down the ranks. Then the fish shoot straight at the girls, and a few slam into them, making them burst into terrified screams. They suddenly see it. This giant school of fish is charging straight at them, and there's no way it can keep crashing into them like this. So the girls stare as the fish bunch up again. The fish are coming back, and the girl frantically reels them in, luring the little ones straight to her. The girl snapped to it again. This is all going terribly wrong, and if these attacks keep coming, they're going to get swallowed by danger, and it hurts like hell. The girl spots the biggest fish of the bunch, then freezes when she realizes it's her. And with a sharp swing of her sword, she slices it clean in half. The fish gives its final gasp, and the second it drops, every little fish bolts for the shadows. Right when all the girls spot it, they all freak out about why everyone bolted out of nowhere, and ask if this is really the end, until the girl who killed the fish tells them, "When I took it down, everyone else scattered right after." That slave was clearly the one in charge, ordering everyone around, and the girls couldn't believe it. Xanta's asked how she spotted it in that crowd of fish, and she grins, telling them she didn't plan it at all. She just caught it by chance, snapped on instinct, and hacked it in half. Her friends rave about her unreal skill, calling her unstoppable. Then she just awkwardly lets out a nervous laugh. In the end, they argue about whether he's really the boss of this area. Yeah, probably, but looks can be lies, because even with Senna's whole body screaming in pain, he still proves just how strong he is. Then they slip into the passage, desperate to get back to the guild and spill every last detail. In the guild, a bright, cheerful girl practically skips up and greets them right away, telling Sci-Fi she showed up just in time, only for all the girls to freeze in shock at the news. Sifa fires off, "What happened?" And Canalia lights up. She's got great news. They just pulled off the impossible and conquered the volcanic region. Because of what they've pulled off, some people can't wait to meet them. And when the girls realize it, they're completely stunned. CIF says they've finished conquering the underwater area. Canalia stays cool at first, then suddenly shrieks in pure shock. The girl is so stunned, she blurts out that she literally has no words for how they pulled off that incredible result in just a blink of time. Now they're about to be welcomed with open arms, because the one who's calling to meet them is the ruler of our chamber himself. The girls are left speechless. Canalia is standing there, and it turns out the ruler himself is the one who showed up. She insists they were told they'd be invited straight into the castle. One of them brags that he's an important person, then demands whether you've ever crossed paths with rulers. Because for people like them, someone like that feels just as impossible as flying up into the clouds. Canalia says that once they seized the volcanic region, every adventurer and their dog flocked there, and now the economy's booming like crazy, thanks to all the priceless raw materials pouring in. The ruler can't wait to meet these young adventurers for the first time, maybe because they made such a huge impact. But it all traces back to the apothecary who brewed the potion that made it happen. Canalia says, "That's why I got invited too." But she's so quiet and tightly wound that this news makes her feel instantly out of place. Tio's sister blurts out a question about her brother, but her friend snaps her silence and whispers that Gio's garden is a secret. Canalia admits this caught them off guard. But they still have to head back to the castle for dinner in 5 days. No exceptions, while Seafish shrugs it off, saying it's fine because they'll take a breather right after they conquer the underwater region. The girls practically bounce with joy now that the holidays are here, and they all agree to meet up in 5 days before splitting on the street. Gio's sister strides down the street, proud as hell of what she's pulled off as an adventurer, so now she's finally ready to kick back while Gio spoils her. With a plate of food clutched in his hands, the main character insists that nothing happened after that incident. Yet ever since, Milk hasn't been able to calm down for a second. He flashes back to those bandits and can't even tell whether they've finally stopped their attacks. But they could hit again any moment, because the hay pickup is still stuck, and nobody even knows if they truly caught it yet. Suddenly, a creak snaps through the airfield, hits the main character and even the milk, and the milk bolts forward. But the boy can't tell if it's them again. But wait, this is actually Sainat. She freezes in shock, because Milk suddenly turns unbelievably energetic, and the main character can't stop smiling at her arrival. She's buzzing with relief, doing better than ever until today, when she shows up late. For once. Shine tells her brother that something hit her out of nowhere, and now she's forced to rest up for a few days. He steadied Milk and told her, "It's okay, just Senna, not some enemy." And when the cat caught that vibe, the girl leaned in and asked, "So, what happened to you two?" The boy blurts out the whole story to her, and the shock hits her so hard she demands again if someone actually attacked him in the night. She blurts out, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" And Gio tells her, breathless but safe, that the milk and the giants totally shielded him and saved him. After all that, they couldn't sleep a wink, because nobody knew when the next attack would slam into them. The girl hangs on every word and her gut tells her this is no joke. So then she blurts out, "Wait, who are these attackers?" The main character tells you there was one guy who crushed everyone's attention, a burly bald man with tattoos swinging his sword like a pro, and his next victims? Giants. The boy urges Sini to lock in tight, cover the door, and stay on guard at night because danger could strike even beyond their walls. Sinai tells him not to fret, insisting she'll handle it. The man admits that even though she's an adventurer, she's still green as hell and way too careless with it. The girl tells Gio she's about to go face the city ruler. Gio snaps, stunned, and demands what she's done. But she just smiles and says she was invited. And then morning finally hits. Geostan sits down with Gollum and Milk to talk about Senna's magical stone and how they'll rebuild the garden. Then they can't stop wondering, does Senna stay awake because she's out adventuring? He tells himself, I've got to push everything aside and keep her from burning herself out, because sure, megabalians are insanely strong, but they can't be used in daylight. He pauses, weighing another route, wondering if he's got anything left to stop Kasi. Then the magical stone flashes in his mind, and he realizes he's unlocked a brand new power that lets him grow fresh crops. Then the main character snaps back to it. He once mastered a skill he never had the chance to use, and now he can't wait to put it to the test. The boy darts through the gardens and gets stunned when teleportation gives him away outright then. The system asks if he wants to move, and Gio jumps at the chance, only to find he can't. The boy tells himself this won't last forever, and once he gets a chance, he'll have to start training a whole new skill. Then the guy tries to fire off the garden movement skill. The system pops up asking if he wants to switch to movement mode, and Gio blurts, yes, totally confused. Then the ground starts to quake under his feet. Milk streaks up the boy's body in panic, and with his mind frozen he blurts, "What's happening?" Only to stare at the house right in front of him. The main character squints, spots the neighbor's house looking smaller, and his brain screams, "This can't be real." The man strides up to the house, spots that he's standing on Newland, and the shock hits him like a punch. The system quizzes the man about moving the garden. He shrugs and says it's only a little closer. Then the house snaps into view in front of him, and he yells for it to back off. Then the house snaps back, and the main character's jaw drops at the sheer audacity of it. He can't slip away through the garden, because any move would scream his presence louder than those mega golems. He thinks these skills are just too much trouble. But when it comes to the harvest, He's sure he can plant something absolutely incredible. The main character stares at a list of options. Just colors, nothing more, and then crumples to the ground, crushed by despair. The main character lets out a sad, "I won't need it." And then, just like that, the milk licks his cheek. The boy stares at milk in the giant in total shock, then snaps into understanding. "Wait, they're trying to cheer him up," he tells them. "If it happens again, I'll do everything I can to handle it." And he's putting all his trust in them. Then he just freezes in silence, realizing he's still a little scared only. Now Sane is right there beside him. The guy finally realizes he can't afford fear, not when he has to guard her, and the girl slips in behind him, listening to every word. The kid snaps awake to the moment, bolts home, and orders Senna to smash that barricade only, for her to stay calm and swing it open like it's nothing. The main character bursts into the room, spots just an empty bed, and whips back to his sister, stunned. Kazuya chokes on pure rage, slams his fist into the wall. And as he remembers Gio, he vows Geoff will pay for everything. In that exact moment, they bolted, shaken to the core by a child they couldn't handle. Because even though they always talked big, the truth was, they'd never actually laid eyes on golems. And they weren't about to do a thing to them. They yanked him out of power, and his own subordinates deserted him too. Then when he got tossed from the organization, they moved to silence him for knowing too much. And the order hit. Wipe Gio out. He knows it's all the scoundrel's fault, but he can't barge into that creepy house, so he's forced to bide his time, waiting for the guy to stumble back out onto the street. He spots a girl stepping out of the house, and it slams into him. He remembers hearing that Gio lives with his adventurer buddy's sister. He's convinced the girl who just hit adulthood is the perfect key, so he uses her to bait that guy. Then he follows her into the empty alley, and it hits him. This moment can't get any more perfect. He swings back to the girl, who stands there with her back to him. Kaseya warns Santi that if she doesn't want to die, she better keep quiet. And then the girl starts describing the man's appearance. The girl whirls to face him, grins, and asks straight up if he attacked her brother, leaving the man utterly stunned. He can't figure out what's wrong with her, so he asks whether her brother told her about him. She nods, and he grins, saying that means it's over, because from here on out, she'll obey every single thing he commands. The girl stays calm and says she doesn't want to. Then Kisei yanks out a sword and snarls that she still has no idea what kind of mess she stepped into. The girl leans in and tells him, "Wake up, don't you see what mess you're in?" Suddenly, she lashes out, wham. He drops his sword and blood gushes from his bleeding shoulder. Blood spatters onto the ground, and he's left frozen in shock because he saw nothing at all. She closes in on him and snaps that he's put her brother in danger. Forcing that kind of fear into her own flesh and blood is unforgivable, and as long as they're within reach, he'll never get a peaceful night's sleep again. The man stumbles back in shock, then tells the girl to stand up, because for a split second, fear tightens around his heart. She presses a sword to him and orders him to stay away from her brother, and Kasia knows rushing near them was the biggest mistake he ever made. The main character rockets back to Sen, buzzing with excitement, and demands to know what happened, only for the boy to blurt out that he'd been dying to ask where she'd gone, and Sen casually tells him she just took a little walk. The boy snaps that he warned her yesterday, going out alone is dangerous, you could get attacked. And when the girl replies that she met Hosea, the boy's jaw drops in pure shock. The girl tells him to finally cool off, since he promised he'd stop bothering her. He leans in and asks if she was truly in danger. She nods, and a wave of relief hits him like a victory cheer. He's stuck in his own head. Did he just quit? Or is she so insanely strong that it's impossible to beat her? Sana leans in and asks Gio if he can finally chill now, then tells him she's got plenty of sleep waiting for her. Gio just nods, because, yeah, she's right. The girl tells him, "Don't worry, I'll always protect you," and he's left totally thrown because he's not sure what to make of his little sister doing the guarding. She reassures him that he's completely okay, because the truth is, he's so gentle and so powerless that it all feels like nothing could hurt him. He storms into the room, shakes Senna awake, and tells her, Today, I've got an important meeting. No excuses. Suddenly, it hits her. She snaps back into reality and realizes she's got a meeting with the ruler of Arsala today. A suited man and a maid beam as the girls walk in, grateful for them showing up. Then he points the way and tells Sifa, Annie, Sina, and Marlin to follow him. The girls stroll in, gaping at just how massive this place is. Dazzled by every luxury detail that gleams and shines like it's begging them to stare, they're buzzing with nerves and curiosity, wondering what kind of ruler he really is. Because heck, someone became him just a few years ago. Sifa says she wants to talk with him, then whips her gaze back at the girl who's lagging behind. Marlin blurts that she wants to go home, and nobody really knows why she's even here. Then she's reminded that the ruler praised her big contribution, and she grits that it would have been better if Dennis had been allowed to come. But he wasn't invited. Marlin fires off, why? Dennis shows up every day, fuels her, and keeps her spirits fresh while the other guy snaps, we're here, walks in, and blares that the guests have arrived. Inside the room, the girl beams and thanks them for showing up, then introduces herself as Elizabeth Arsal the ruler, and greets them with open warmth. All three are stunned by her beauty, and Sina blurts it out anyway. Then the girls snap at her, begging her not to be so rude in front of the ruler. Sifa leans in and asks Elizabeth, have we met before? While one of the girls shakes her head, swearing it's impossible. Then Elizabeth drops the bombshell. She spotted Santa just days ago. She's also thrilled to finally meet that amazing pharmacist everyone's been raving about. Then Marlin panics, shoots behind Sifa's back like she can't breathe. Suddenly the girls clock it and start comparing Elizabeth to the traveler. Eliza, then it hits them. It's the same person. Elizabeth beams, finally feeling seen. The woman they pulled out of the dungeon turned out to be the ruler, and honestly, the whole thing is mind-bending to wrap your head around. She swears that if a ruler just sits in leadership duties, their strength drains away, so she gladly throws herself into being an adventurer like Eliza. That man had never heard that Countess Fi somehow turned into a ruler and an adventurer at the same time. Elizabeth even insists it's a huge boost for their knights to sharpen their skills with real combat training. The girl finally gets it. Her group were knights straight out of the castle, which is why they got a B rank. Elizabeth snaps that it's all a lie. She was a teen when she ditched home, roamed the world, and that's exactly how she earned her promotion. 5 years ago, when she was 30, her older brother died, and she still wanted to keep traveling. But life yanked the reins away, forced her back home, and made her take the throne. Elizabeth tells them she brought them here because their incredible dungeon wins have boosted the region's economy, and she's got one thing on her mind, thanking them for it. One of the 4 girls boasts that they're respected, and Elizabeth snaps back. She heard they just conquered an incredible underwater area. Now she wants them to spill every detail of their heroic story over dinner. They stride up to that lavish table and stare in awe, because it looks like a full-on feast. Every last bite. So much is flying around them that they can't even process this. Yet they're actually tasting food from the castle. Santa swears it's delicious. Her friend snaps that they need to mind their manners, and Elizabeth waves it off like, relax, it's totally fine. The girl says her best chefs pour their hearts and every ounce of effort into these dishes, so go on, eat as much as you want. He bites into the meat and boom, he's totally hooked. Because it's so juicy, it practically melts the moment it hits his mouth. Siva eyes the soup like it's pure gold, then takes a sip, and her face lights up as she declares it insanely tasty. She's shocked by the fish dishes. Fish cost a fortune at the market, but she's not shocked to see them on the ruler's table. And Marlin even teases that Dennis's cheeks taste better. It instantly hits you like a blast of freshness. These ingredients taste so rich and full, they feel familiar the second you bite. Elizabeth leans in and asks what's wrong and which dish they hated. But that's not it at all, because the truth is, everything is ridiculously tasty. The food was made perfectly, and Elizabeth couldn't stop marveling. She swore the ingredients themselves were unbelievable, and she proves it by buying everything from the merchant. But she never spills where she got it all from yet. The girls know exactly what's in it. These are the ingredients grown by Geo. Sifa can't even wrap his head around it. Everything he grew led right here. And she can't get a glimpse of the garden. They all know that. Marlon's right there, sitting with Mrs. Dennis. They finished eating, and Elizabeth leaned in to ask if it was good, so they nodded and raved that it was super tasty. Then thanked the ruler for it. Elizabeth says, "Look at everything you've pulled off now. I want to hand you an award." Whatever they craved, the girls convinced themselves this holiday was the prize they'd earned. The man rushes to the ruler and shouts that Laruka is here. But she's stuck entertaining guests, so he orders him to ask what she needs, then warns him it's not the right moment, even though she already knows exactly who these visitors are. Elizabeth asks the girls about merchant Lara Khalidia, and the moment they hear the name, they recognize her instantly. Elizabeth begs her husband to take her there, and he doesn't hesitate. He just does it. Then Sifa whispers a few words to Elizabeth that knock her completely off guard. She tells you how she just saved her father's forge, gets his thanks, then orders mithril weapons to be made using Laruka as the go-between. Elizabeth's jaw dropped. Her father had pulled off a clean, no-drama deal. They agreed to buy it, promised she'd get it the next day, and when it arrived, the quality was absolutely top-notch. Sifa couldn't believe how happy she was with those cheap mithril weapons. Because for Sifa, that pile of mithril was huge, and the real mystery was where it all came from. Sifa swore Laruka must have planted it. Yurka burst in, smiled at them, and said, "Looks like you're all here already." They were just chatting about the mithril weapon Elizabeth had snagged recently. She had no clue it was forged by the Saifa family. She claims she handed over the mithril, so the money never came then. Laruka steps in and tells her to forget it. The girl snaps her hand up for silence, and the others get it instantly, because even mithril can grow in that garden. Elizabeth presses the saleswoman and demands to know why she's here today. Then the saleswoman drops the bombshell that she heard Elizabeth invited the girls. Elizabeth fires off a question. Did everyone pick the award they want? But nobody's chosen yet. And Laruka turns to the girls and asks if they're cool with hearing her plan. The master clocks every thought Laruka's been planting in their minds, while Marlon pushes for one thing home. Right now. The girls hype Ruka up. This is a great idea. Then everyone swarms Elizabeth because they've already made up their minds. She's stunned by their offer, and before she can even react, food is already being cooked up at the main character's house. He hands over the milk and can't stop wondering what they're serving inside that castle. His mind races toward some royal, jaw-dropping banquet he's never even dared to imagine. He's blown away by how insanely good this ordinary food tastes. And he still can't wrap his head around the fact that they were invited to the castle. Sifa got promoted to B rank at that age, insanely impressive. But she's been slipping farther away from him, while Saini hits the jackpot because the ruler himself personally invited her. Now he's off to the garden, he'll send this harvest to Lucas, and the moment the next one ripens, it'll head to Laruka too. Sure, he wants to plant something new, but there's literally no space left. He strides through the garden, and suddenly hears his sister's voice telling him she's already made it home, and shock hits him hard. The main character suddenly hears Laruka and Eni in his head, swears he has to guard Milka's secret, and urges himself to slip away and hide out in the garden. Sifa blurted out an apology for showing up uninvited, totally shocked that she was even here, and the boy snapped, "Wait, why are we here? I thought we were invited to the castle." The girls tell him something, and he's stunned. Turns out the ruler actually handed them land rights. So, for his reward, they hand him a stretch of unused land. He immediately asks what he's supposed to do with it, and the girls grin and say they'll give it to him. They demand to use it to expand the garden, and he's left reeling in total shock. Lorika shoots back that she's the one who pitched the idea, and the whole crew instantly nodded along. The girls swear it all happened because of Geo. He didn't just help them. He even saved Sifa's dad's workshop and Annie's sister's restaurant, so now they're ready to thank him. He awkwardly blurts out, "I might have helped a tiny bit," while acting like everyone else did the real heavy lifting. Annie insists that his garden's wins shouldn't be blabbed to the world, but he still absolutely earned this award, this spotlight. This public recognition. His sister says his garden might be a mystery, but it's still straight up incredible. The main character thanks the girls, then declares with a grin that he'll never find a happier moment than accepting the gift they just gave him. Sifa asks if he'll actually put the gift to use, and he nods. Each level grows the garden, so a bigger plot suddenly feels way more useful. Then he spots the milk. Every girl clocks him instantly, and the boy who begged him to hide is left stunned when he somehow shows up anyway. The lyrics gasp, so it's a snow leopard, and they demand to know what kind of monster would show up in a place like this. The man snaps at them to back off, then reveals the truth. What they're after isn't weird at all. It's the milk from his own pet. The boy clutches the milk to his chest and insists it's totally harmless, and everyone can see he's so obsessed with it that he won't let go. Senna looks at the cat and goes, "Man, you're way too huge for this." Then everyone immediately quizzes him where he even got it from. He finally admits it. He can grow monster eggs right in his own garden too. Someone demanded, "Are you really sure you can still build that skill?" Geo grinned because he'd be able to breed monsters on a massive scale. Then he swore he'd never turn it to evil, taking extra precautions so nobody ever uncovers the garden. The lyrics swear that this empty stretch beyond the city walls is crawling with monsters, so they better brace for endless walking, because the land has to be wide, and lucky for them, the Lord ends up being ridiculously generous, leaving them with free territory to survive. The main character stares at what his friends handed him and wonders, like what kind of land this even is. Then they finally hauled themselves there, staring in stunned silence at the bleak, gloomy stretch ahead, only to realize it wasn't land at all. It was a swamp. Elizabeth asks, "Do you want uninhabited, spacious land, quiet, unused, and right outside the city?" Then she leans in. "Are you sure the location fits you?" They set those rules themselves, yet they never imagined it would turn into a swamp. They know there are still monsters lurking in the shadows, so nothing, no seed, no life will ever grow there. She wasn't told how the land would be used, just that she had to meet the requirements. So now she's got to figure out what Geo thinks, and whether anything can genuinely grow there. The system asks the guy if he wants to mark the garden. Then he realizes any spot will work here, so he hits the mark and stamps it done. The main character swears it's perfect. Then the other guy realizes this whole nightmare happened in a blink. The monsters are still right there, and their panic was for nothing. Because for the first time, the pioneers of this land are finally coming to Juiced. They all realize this garden stretches way bigger than they thought, so Geo picks a random starting size and doesn't even know if it'll be enough. Then the girls back him up, and he only counts 100 square meters until the number explodes and multiplies by 200 times, and he has no clue how to use every inch of space to start planting. He's convinced this garden was handed to him because everyone fought for it. And even if he can't grasp the whole truth yet, he understands enough to feel it. He keeps nodding and saying yes again and again, but the girls can't figure out who he's talking to. They spot the monsters closing in fast, all teeth and fury, and when they remember their home is gone for good, they slam into retreat. The main character tells the girls, "Don't worry," then whips up a mech defender, and the monsters instantly start backing off in fear. The girls gasp in disbelief and demand to know what this is, because this garden is massive, and they realize they'll need a whole lot more guards, so they'll step in and clear the garden of monsters themselves. No hesitation. Yet the girls are left staring in shock, and Geo's mind is already racing, trying to figure out what happens next. The main character slams a protective wall generator into place, fortifies the garden behind an unbreakable barrier, then vanishes the whole place from sight so nobody can track it down. Now he's finally got the teleport between the gardens, so he races to the girls and promises, "I'll be back in a sec." Annie can't stand the idea. This is nothing but a home garden, and she's warned not to obsess over it, because thinking too hard will get her nowhere. He ends up back at home, stares at the weirdness like, "Why did I think this would be easy?" And that's the moment he realizes he can slip between different gardens. The boy figures this new place is miles away, but he's got a way to make it simple. Packs food, heads out, comes back, and somehow the milk will find him along the way. He asks the boy to join him, and the kid clutches the milk tight, then slips away through the teleport between the gardens. The girls gasp when the boy suddenly shows up, and as he pours the milk, he tells the animal it's safe to roam this place in peace. Then they realize he's somehow grown even bigger since the last time. The kid can hop straight between different gardens in an instant, so he slipped back home for a quick breather like he's been handed a mind-blowing cheat code. He says it looks like the giants already wiped out the monsters, so that's it. Since they're here, he grabs some meat and fires up a barbecue snack. He fires up the meat, beckons the girls over, and they dig in. Then their faces light up because outdoor barbecuing suddenly doesn't seem so terrible after all. The girls feel it in an instant. Something blooms out of nowhere, and the whole meadow explodes with flowers bursting into life. Staring at the whole sea of flowers, they blurted out, "Did you really do all this?" And he told the girls it was his way of thanking them. Pure, thoughtful magic. Sifa bursts out that it's wonderful. Yeah, she really means it. And the milk pours through the flowers like joy itself is flowing. The main character sprints after him and yells, "Stop, don't trample my flowers," while the other just breaks into laughter, smugly thinking that all of them together are what gave him this huge new garden. So he labeled the first garden first, and the next one second, then picked flowers from them and handed the blooms to Laruka. Before he truly dives into serious plant cultivation in the second garden, the main character makes one thing crystal clear. He better figure out what he's doing with the monster corpses the giants just crushed, because swamp monsters are barely worth anything, and processing them could end up costing more than the ingredients are ever gonna bring back. The hero thinks he can just shout orders and make the golems deliver them. Then the system cuts in, asking Geo if he's ready to absorb the monsters. He digs into what absorption really means, nods like it all clicks. Then it finally happens, and the main character is left staring at the wreckage, stunned that every body has vanished. The system bursts in and tells him the level shot up, then brand new plants sprout everywhere. And he mutters that it's the exact same result he got back when he was absorbing magical stones. He remembered hearing that monsters carried magic stones inside them, and suddenly the home garden seemed to clock that truth, snapping shut and swallowing the body's opening. Geo thinks it through and flat out says, "If I keep slaughtering monsters, I'll keep leveling up, watch." The main character hits on a genius idea. A little puff of smoke shoots out, and he immediately panics. I think I used way too much." He snagged a monster-attracting fragrance from Marlin, but she looked rough the whole time, and ever since she came back from the castle, she's only gotten worse. Then the main character rips out one wall and boom, the whole thing kicks off as another wall vanishes. The monster sniffs the air, growls, and lunges straight at the main character, then freezes in shock because they're coming right toward it, so it snaps. "Golems, attack!" With one brutal strike, Golem wiped out 2 bears. Then the system flashed a choice: absorb the monsters? And he said yes without hesitation. He's relieved he has to keep going because a whole new wave of monsters is already crashing toward this place. And turns out his plan actually worked. At first, the main character sets a trap, baiting the monsters so the giants can crush them. And then it works. Then the garden starts devouring them, and the level of his garden climbs all by itself. He just has to tweak the fragrances at the right time. By now, Stina was supposed to deliver magical stones, but with this method, he can raise the garden's level on his own. He's grinning because this gift keeps paying off more and more, and he can't wait for even more monsters to come flooding in faster. Days have slipped by now. The chaos is happening a few dozen kilometers west of Arsal. Deep in a monster-choked forest, a handful of desperate survivors pitched their camp and dared the night to try them. They swear this time everything went smoothly, but next time they push for deeper move. She shuts it down hard, because staying cautious and waiting to see how it all plays out is his whole philosophy. He knows this place is a death trap, but the deeper they push in, the more mana clings to the air. So tell me, Dao, what kind of monsters are lurking in the dark? Then, out of nowhere, Every monster sprinted toward the same direction, and the boy swore it had to be an underground tremor, while the girl suddenly caught a sound coming straight from the forest. They think the ground is trembling, but then it hits them. Someone sprinting straight toward them. Everyone scrambles to run as a giant swarm of monsters crashes toward them. This isn't just trouble. It's a full monster invasion. Up above, they spot a mountain of monsters, and it's pure disaster. If that column keeps crawling forward, people are going to get slammed right in the path. So he grabs the guy and orders him to hurry on. Warn everyone fast. If they keep charging straight east, our souls are about to be ripped into danger. Elizabeth finally sets the seal and signs with a huge wave of relief. Because today's paperwork is relentless. He blames it on the surge of business deals and territorial contracts. But Elizabeth smirks and says it's really our Saul's phantom growth. Then she pushes for one thing. Let's hit the dungeons. He tells her, once the documents are sealed, you can do it. And then drops the bombshell that the report she asked for is already here. She shoots. Is this about the swamp? And the man nods, saying the military investigation confirmed the whole area has been wiped clean into a barren wasteland. And she's completely stunned. They swore the place had changed. No plants left like before, no monsters anymore. And the moment they stepped closer, an invisible wall slammed shut in their path. But what it means is still anyone's guess. My bet is someone deliberately dropped an obstacle right there. She picked this spot as her reward, no stress over what the servants or subordinates would say, just to put them to the test. And they nailed it fast. She's convinced Laruka is just as sharp and dependable as she is. And she's totally sure Sifa and the others can't hurt a soul. They don't rush into assumptions. They keep watching closely, and then she snaps back to it. Filling out the documents again, a man slams into the room and screams that a massive horde of monsters is charging in from the west toward their city, and Elizabeth is instantly stunned. Meanwhile, the main character tears through yet another chunk of monster meat in his garden and fires off. So, is that it for today? He swept through the whole area, slaughtered every last monster, and somehow leveled up to 31 without even breaking a sweat. Right after he cleared the 30th level, the garden space started glitching and flashing a weird symbol. He doesn't get what it means, but it feels like a message shouting, "Infinity." When fresh cultures unlocked for him, he dove into the castle wall generator because it's built from the defensive wall generator's blueprint, so now he can crank the walls higher. The system even asks, "Want to build castle walls?" And when he hits yes, a massive wall slams up in front of him. The main character can't stop wondering, could these walls tower even higher than the walls inside our own soul? Those statues are basically useless in the garden. So he yanks them out and declares the first harvest is right around the corner. The main character hears a jolt of noise, snaps, "What's going on?" And right away, people sprint past, shouting that it's deadly to stay anywhere near the western gates. Panic erupts as everyone bolts for cover, especially the church. Then a man grabs someone's attention and demands what's going on, and they tell him the same terrifying truth. A procession of monsters is marching straight for the city. The soldiers have already locked into defense. There are so many of them that the city's very borders feel like they're about to get crushed. Gio knows this isn't some idle scare. It's real and it's urgent. Sena and the others still charged out looking for adventure. But Gio can't carry the milk with him to the shelter. The boy says, "If things get too dangerous, we bail and teleport to the second garden." The mega naked ready to peek in and check what's going on. The main character scrambles up onto the golem, stares in awe at how tall it is, and then scans ahead until something catches his eye. He's staring in disbelief at the sheer crush of monsters, the endless parade, the blinding visibility broadcasts, and it hits him. There could be over 1,000 of them. The girl yells for everyone to stop hesitating and take their spots. She swears they'll defend the city and its people, and when they ask whether adventurers will help, she rushes a request to the guild. But almost everyone's stuck in the middle of research. She's convinced the whole calamity hit at the worst possible time, because everyone poured into the regions. But she won't stay defeated. 200 of their soldiers are outfitted with custom firearms and armor. Every soldier's grinning, standing tall in fresh armor, gripping brand new weapons like they're ready to crush whatever comes next. The commander barks for everyone to hold formation as they close inshore. There are tons of enemies, but they're closing from the shadows in scattered groups, taking their spots fast. Line up now. We strike together with everything we've got, and nobody moves until they're pinned and held back. After that, humans and monsters crash into a brutal battle, and the girl can only watch heart in her throat fearing for her warriors. She's convinced they'll pull it off. 2 warriors take down 1 monster, and when she sees how brutally sharp that sword is, she swears it can cut through 10 monsters. A massive bear lunges at the warrior, but he snaps his shield up and blocks the hit. Then they ask if he's all right, and he grins, saying the shield and armor took the damage and held strong. They prove Mithril is the real deal, strong enough that you can't afford any doubts. So the mages tighten up, then start hurling fireballs like it's a war that's about to ignite. Fireballs streak straight into the monsters. Most are already dropping, and the knights grin like they've got this. Until one of them snaps, "Yeah, we'll hold them back, but we're not walking away without injuries." He blurts out if they've got healing potions, and they tell him the ruler stocked up a massive stash for emergencies. Plus they hit just as hard as mid-level potions. Monsters are back at it. Another wave just crashed in, and this time there are way more of them. The commander snaps orders for the wounded to fall back, while the rear ranks lock in their positions and stand their ground, holding the line no matter how long it takes. A man barrels in carrying an injured soul, demanding the doctor's help immediately. He's furious about the delay, and the warrior even apologizes for it. But the doctors just shake it off and promise he'll be better soon, only to be shocked that the damage has already drilled down into the bones. He knows it's a death sentence. There's no way some medium-strength potion can save him from this. He begs for the potion, splashes it straight onto the wound, and right after that, the boy's body erupts into a fierce glow. The wound is closing up fast, and the doctor can't believe it. This warrior has bounced back to a full recovery. He grins like he just got handed a top-tier elixir, ready to dive straight back into the fight, while the knights steel themselves and charge to smash those monsters. The doctors stare at the stunned guy and swear without a doubt it was some middle-class potion. Marlin spits out that there are way too many people here. Dennis snaps back that they had no choice because this city is downright dangerous. The girl is crying out to her mom that it hurts, and her mom tells her to hang on. Denies then blurts, "What happened?" Turns out she just fell, so Denies snaps, "Don't cry, you'll be fine." And he dabs a little potion onto the wound, wiping the pain away like it never happened. Dennis jabs his finger at Marlene and declares, "She did it! She's a pharmacist!" The whole group bursts into thanks, praising her with pure awe. It was wonderful. Dennis refused to step into the shelter dressed like that. Then the girl blurted out that there's water and food, telling everyone to stay calm, and they thanked Alice for helping. She can't believe her eyes. Billy is hauling a barrel, and when he asks if everything's okay, she shoots back about whether Sifa is handling the adventurer's business with Sinha and Annie right now. Billy nods, and relief hits as she lets out a long, defeated sigh. But if she can't find Geo anywhere, the man snaps that in a case like this, he can't just sit at home. Maybe he's got no other shelter at all. She asks him straight up if he thinks the city will survive. He can only hope the armor and weapons will actually hold their ground, because right now, there's nothing left but prayer. Elizabeth realizes the warriors are surviving on mithril armor and healing potions, but no matter what, she can only watch them carve through a measly fifth of the enemy forces. She doesn't know if they can stand their ground when everyone crashes in together, because special monsters just showed up. The battle lion, the bloody elephant, and the deadly scorpion. These A-rank monsters aren't a joke. So now it's all about one question. Can this soldier survive all 3 at once? The girl gasps because that fighting lion barrels straight toward the soldiers only. They have no idea it's coming. Then they spot him and shout that they've got to stop him. But he swings first, attacks them, and smashes their equipment to pieces. Suddenly, Elizabeth bursts in, swings once, smashes the lion, and rips her warriors out of danger. The boys freeze in shock, then burst out shouting at the ruler, "Watch out! Because this monster isn't like the others. It's something totally different." The warrior barks at her to get out because the front is a death trap. But she nods like she already knows, and she can't keep standing on the sidelines anymore. Suddenly, a bloody elephant barrels into view, charging straight for the gates. Then the girl snaps the truth into place. It's not just attacking, it's trying to smash them down right now. He somehow bent the gates open, and the crowd erupted. He broke through, but they're shouting for him to be driven back, and he's just too huge to stop. The girl realizes with dread in her gut that at this speed the monster horde is about to swarm and choke her entire city. The main character realizes things are spiraling out of control. Sure, the soldiers were winning at first, but now it's only a countdown until the monsters smash through. So he has to get out of here fast. Gio can't stop thinking, can he really just stand there and do nothing, while the city he grew up in gets ripped apart? And with a horde that huge, even the best shelters wouldn't stand a chance. They'd get crushed. The main character blazes. "I've got one more thing," then turns to Milka and asks, "You're with me, right?" He darts through the paths between the gardens to reach the second one, then bolts off into who knows where. The man shoots straight up the wall, and the system blurts, "Want to move the garden?" He nods, barks an order at the wall, and forces it to slide straight until it moves with him, locked in the same direction. Santa spun around and felt something was off, her eyes instantly filling with worry. Sifa demanded to know what happened, and she shrugged. "Nothing. I just thought I heard a bump." Then another girl started asking if it was really true. Then she pushed for going deeper today, and the girls groaned but caved, still itching to head home early and finally sink their teeth into Gio's signature dishes. Ruins surrounded them as someone screamed that everything was moving too fast, and the system snapped back. This was as fast as it would ever go. The stranger shoved her to run harder, again, to shut up and sprint at full speed. But the truth hit like a wall. Gio yelled at Milka to cling on as hard as she could because they were tearing through the world at breakneck speed, and the hero snapped his eyes up. A nasty haze of smoke curled ahead, and he swore he spotted a full procession at the western gates, packed with soldiers. If they noticed his garden, that would be a disaster. But right now, he had bigger things to worry about. He shut down the garden's concealment system and ordered it to hide only him. Then the system confirmed the garden was off, leaving parts still swallowed in shadow. And the boy suddenly felt it, looked down at his hands. He said it might be enough, but he had no clue how much that really meant. Milk meowed like it approved. Then the young man snapped, telling them to push forward. A colossal elephant-like monster with massive ears and a swaying long trunk smashed through the western gate, roaring as it tore its way inside. The soldiers brace for battle, eyes locked and hearts racing, because the situation is grim. The gates are hanging on by a thread, nearly in ruins. Beyond the gates, a brutal brawl erupted between animals and humans. Soldiers screamed that they couldn't regroup, that there was no surrender, only one mission: tear down as many of those creatures as you can, because the animals came at them with pure fury. That girl battled a scorpion head-on, spitting curses at every monster like they'd feel her rage. She swears they're still closing in, like they'll break through for good and crush their chances to stop them. And then her eyes lock on the gates, barely hanging on. Suddenly, one scout spotted something far off, and when the girl saw his face change, she demanded to know what it was, convinced it had to be monsters. He lets out a furious scream. It's a wall, and sure enough, that wall barrels toward them at breakneck speed, leaving everyone stunned and frozen, not knowing a single move to make, while the girl just stands there, mouth hanging open. She's got no clue what's happening. Nobody understands how that wall can even move. And she's left wondering if it's here to crush them, if it's the enemy, or if it could flip the script and become their ally. Suddenly, a voice ripped from behind the wall, "Run!" and panic slammed into them. Everyone's left in shock because the wall starts talking. The girl clocked their ally in the chaos and shouted for them to fall back right now. The soldiers snapped to attention, then sprinted the exact opposite way, fleeing the monsters. Gio's smiling looks like the message finally landed. Now they just have to survive the swarm of monsters in front of them. Before they smashed through the gates, we had to sprint over there and slam up a wall to choke the approach, he barked. Full speed! The wall slammed into the monsters at full speed, and the hero was moments from ripping right through them like a living battering ram. The animals shrieked and bared their teeth, then scattered in every direction like the scene exploded. Right then, the wall slammed to a halt just a few meters from the western gates, stopping dead in front of them. The hero went all in, pushing every last ounce of strength, while the girl and the knight stared, breath caught, watching the whole thing unfold. A massive farm suddenly burst right beside the city. The girl blinked and realized she'd frozen. Mid-step, everyone else stood there, totally clueless about what just happened. The scouts screamed that this strike had wiped out roughly half the monsters, and the ground was piled with dead bodies as far as the eye could see. The moment the soldiers got word, joy exploded across their faces. People finally realized what just happened. Somehow they escaped almost 1,000 brutal monsters. The girl froze in disbelief. It felt like a real miracle, like the wall had grown even taller right in front of her eyes. Huddled behind the other half of the wall, Gio's size managed to halt them. But the wall blocks his view, so he can't see a thing that's happening. The wall shrank right in front of her eyes, and the girl finally clocked it. But before she could even process why, a monster hauled itself up from the floor, and she realized that too. That massive elephant screeched to a halt and blasted a thunderous trumpet, and the young man gasped because one of them had somehow survived. That night, he realized this monster wouldn't quit, because even with the western gate sealed behind a wall, it somehow still kept coming. The elephant charged straight at the wall, and in the blink of an eye, night clocked it. So did Gio. Then he snapped his fingers and let the elephant storm right in. The monster tore straight through the wall, leaving the girl and the knights utterly stunned. An elephant wandered right into the protagonist's garden, and it looked completely lost, like it had no idea how it ended up there. No matter what, the main character shut him down and commanded the megagolems to slaughter the monster. They started pounding him, and Milk declared the threat was finally gone. Ju cooked up a plan. He would lure the last living monsters into the garden and repeat the same brutal move on them too. Giants keep clashing with monsters, battle after brutal battle. First he slammed a lion, then he struck an insect dead on, and the third time he nailed a bull. The girl and the knights stared in horror as the battlefield erupted, and every clash they heard hit like thunder. The girl saw every monster slipping through the walls was already dead, and a scout blurted out that a giant golem had shown up and wiped them all out, leaving everyone completely baffled about what was going on. Dio said they wiped out most of them, and yeah, these ones were extra nasty, but the golems stepped in and crushed them all like it was nothing. The young man lets out a breath of relief, convinced everything's finally fixed for good. Milk snapped, fully awake, and hissed hard, eyes locked on something far off. Then the boy demanded what was going on, and out in the distance a giant silhouette started to loom. Suddenly, a colossal monster burst out of nowhere, and the hero froze because he had no clue who it even was. The knights erupted in shouts. Atlas was here, a monster way above any normal cyclops. He rolled in from the west with the monsters, and from 10 to 20 meters away he looked absolutely massive, and the girl couldn't stop thinking, if monsters were this strong, how were anyone supposed to survive, let alone keep cities standing? People finally figured out this monster was the reason for the march. Gio's body shook. He snapped that everything was going bad and admitted he had no idea how to face something this huge, so he demanded they toughen the wall's defenses. Then the creature smashed into his defenses, chewing through his wall in chunks and hurling the debris as it roared and screamed. Then he barged straight through the wall and stepped inside. The main character scrambled to unleash the golems onto the battlefield and force them to fight. Then the monster snapped to attention and seized one of them by the head, its massive hand swallowing the golem's head whole. Then he grabbed it, heaved it up, and crushed its head like it was nothing. While that young man couldn't believe his giants might actually lose to a thing like this. Right as the Cyclops spotted the young man, its eyes snapped to him like lightning. Geo closed in, and the boy snapped to it. Then Geo realized he could break free by slipping between the gardens with his power. If he pulls this off right now, the whole city crumbles to dust, so stop panicking and focus. Because his life matters more than anything else, he couldn't do a thing to her. Then a system notice blared, absorb monsters. The hero tried to shut it down, insisting it wasn't the time, but it hit him right then, like a switch flipping in his mind. He shot a glance at the mountain of bodies scattered beside him. The Cyclops kept closing in, and the young man had to gamble, try this, or bolt before it crushed him. The system chimed in and offered to swallow the monsters again, and the hero nodded, ready to fight back. The moment the monsters started getting absorbed, that massive beast had no clue what was happening to it. They've raised the whole level of the home garden, and now fresh plants have popped up and are ready to be planted. The system flashed that the young man had mastered a brand new skill, crafting a Giga Guardian, built from the same blueprint as the Mega Guardian, and his joy exploded through the roof. His gamble paid off, but it would have been pointless unless he could take down that towering monster. So the system urged the Giga Guard, and the hero turned to her and demanded she use it. Earth started to take shape, and the Cyclops just couldn't figure out what was happening. The girl clocked another towering silhouette beside the monster, and before she could even process what it was, she guessed it had to be a golem. He towered so hard it was like Atlas himself had stepped into the room. The keeper locked eyes with Atlas, and the tension between them snapped like a live wire. Geo roared at his golem, swore he'd pull it off, and ordered him to smash that Cyclops to pieces. Geo perched on Higi's shoulders as the golem slugged it out with the massive Cyclops Atlas, and the battle stayed locked in a dead-even fight. The girl and the warrior lock eyes and realize they're staring at something absolutely unreal. One of the warriors swore their city, Arsal, was already gone. Then a golem erupted out of nowhere, took his place at their side, and slammed itself in front of the attacker at the exact last second, proving he's with them. The girl's face was stone cold as she admitted, "No matter what we do, a monster that huge is going to tear right into this city." With weapons clutched tight, the warrior stood poised and ready to strike the instant anything moved. Someone clutched their hands and started praying, desperate as ever, "Please let the golem beat Atlas." The man throws his hope at God, begging him to stop Atlas cold and shield their home. Atlas and golem clutched each other's hands. The Cyclops roared in their faces, and Jig the guard gripped with everything he had until the force finally crumpled the earth and left a dent in the ground. Geo rides up on the guard's shoulders and yells that he's got this, and the golem's eyes light up like it's ready to explode. So the guard dives straight into the attack. He snaps his head around and slams Atlas in the head with everything he's got. He flinched hard and reached for the exact spot where the blow landed, trying to dull the pain right away. The guard wouldn't let him breathe for a second. He swung blow after blow, and the monster couldn't find a scrap of defense. Everyone's yelling at the giant to push through, and Geo jumps in saying, "Keep that same fire, and victory is ours." But right as the words leave his mouth, he suddenly catches something off guard. Rage surged through Atlas, and he raised his fists, ready to strike. Then it all happened. In a blink, he snapped his foot into the guard, fast and shocking, and the impact crumbled a huge chunk of the place. Geo and the knights froze, staring in sheer shock as their mouths gaped open. A towering giant crashed to the ground, and Atlas dove on him from above like a missile. The guard stared him down with pure menace. Yet the monster only grinned, and then started laying down bone-crushing punches on the golem. Geo's stomach twisted with fear of the giant, and he kept shouting for him again and again. Like panic was driving his feet, Atlas smashed the Guardian with brutal bone-rattling hits, and the moment his strikes landed, his gear started failing piece by piece under the damage. The knights stared in pure confusion as everything spiraled. Then, in the blink of an eye, the Cyclops smashed in with the most devastating strike, and the guard crumpled into unconsciousness. With victory blazing in his mouth, Atlas snapped his head up and roared. Then one of the knights crumpled to his knees. He said even a golem couldn't stand against him. So right there, for them, "It's the end." The girl kept staring at the brawl and declared, dead serious, that this fight wasn't finished. There was still more coming. Out of nowhere, someone crept up behind Atlas and smashed him hard in the back of the head. He rocketed back a long way, then screamed at the top of his lungs. People stared, completely clueless about what was happening, as the Cyclops lifted its eye toward the brave man who just struck it, and then its single eye snapped wide with shock. Right in front of him stood a whole unbroken Gigaguard, daring him to do something about it. Everyone stunned when a brand new golem steps into view. Because Geo is perched on its shoulders like he owns the place, he grinned and promised he could make as many as he wanted. In the very next instant, he conjured 2 brand new Gigagolems out of thin air. Atlas whipped his head around in panic, because these colossal giants were crowding him from every side. Geo barked for them to grab that monster and jabbed his finger at Atlas, and those 2 giant brutes charged in at once to do exactly what he ordered. In just a few heartbeats, the Cyclops was thrown straight into a fight, and no matter how wildly he fought back, he couldn't break free. The other 2 golems surged in and slammed into his stomach. The monster howled in terror, and the crowd stared in stunned silence, mouths hanging open as they watched it all unfold. Giants kept hammering the monster right in the face, then in the back, then straight in the belly, and with every crushing hit, hope flared in the people's hearts, while Geo watched it all with a hard, unreadable stare. A brutal battle for life and death raged outside the city walls, and it didn't look like anyone would walk away alive. The Atlas collapsed onto the ground, drained to the bone, while looming shadows swallowed the light and made him shudder. The very next second, he crashed face first into the ground. Geo and his golems had won. But they didn't stop to celebrate yet. Milk splashed into view, and he froze stunned, like he'd just spotted the impossible. The knights went dead quiet, so one of the giants snapped and chose a test. He strode up, jabbed the monster right in the cheek, and it didn't even flinch. The knights erupted in joy. This wasn't just a win. It was the city's rescue, the moment they'd been praying for. Everyone erupted in cheers after they finally crushed the massive Cyclops Atlas. They really pulled it off. Atlas is down, and this feels like a miracle, because now people are finally saved. One of the knights bursts in to tell Her Majesty the procession is frozen, and that even Atlas, their leader, is dead. The girl only smiles. Turns out that wall and the golems were guarding our soul like it was their most valuable treasure. She figured they must be on her side, but she couldn't shake the worry. Why would they help her? Golems might be born to guard ruins and treasure, or forged by some master. And the worst part was this. Who on earth had the mana to build golems this powerful? Suddenly, the wall buckled again and slid away from the city like it was retreating in fear. The knights clocked it and demanded what to do next. Should they sprint after her or let her vanish? While the princess shut her eyes tight, blinded by the dust that burst from the wall. The moment everyone snapped their eyes open, the wall vanished like it was never there. Then she vanished along with the golems and the Atlas, and the girl will handle all of that later. Right now, they've got to rip open the situation and check how badly everything's been wrecked. The knights sprinted to check the wreckage while the princess stood staring at the wall. Then it hit her. The way it appeared and vanished in that direction felt exactly like someone she knew. But she shoved those thoughts back hard, because there was no way it could be true. The system blared that the traffic mode was shut off. The hero tore himself down from the gallows, and the second his feet hit the ground, he crumpled to his knees, let out a heavy, broken sigh, and admitted he was dead tired. He still can't wrap his head around it. What kind of monster even shows up like that? He gets the break of a lifetime when Giga Golem finally appears in his skill set. Milk sprinted up to the hero and started licking him all over, and the boy grinned as he thanked Milk because he really had helped him back when he needed it. With his garden in hand, he felt unstoppable, like nothing could go wrong. And now he's finally realizing just how bad that judgment was. He hauled himself upright, swayed on his feet, and urged they head back home to get some real rest. Next morning, the whole city buzzed with talksome. We're thrilled the evacuation order got canceled. Others still couldn't wrap their heads around how everything turned out okay. But one thing stayed brutal. The western gate was the only place left damaged. The child asks the mother if things will finally be okay, and the woman swears the soldiers have wiped out every last monster, so the hero grins, believing the whole city can breathe easy once more. The hero burst into the cafe, flashing a grin as he greeted Alicia. She flung herself into his arms, breathless, and blurted that she was so relieved he was okay, because the worry in her had been eating her alive, and it left the main character feeling rattled. She confronted him about why he skipped church, and he shot back an apology saying he'd been at another shelter instead, trying to slam the topic shut. The young man blurted that like always he'd brought the ingredients, and Alicia snapped back that it wasn't really needed right after everything that happened. He just shrugged and said he was used to grabbing everything every morning, so, to him, it wasn't a big deal. Today he scooped up a pile of fresh eggs, and the girl couldn't stop gushing that his garden keeps surprising her every single time. Alicia slid a plate of breakfast in front of him and promised she'd treat him because the opening wasn't here yet, and they still had time. The young man started to push back, but the girl cut him off and begged him not to say no, just a tiny favor, she insisted. She helps her, so she wanted to repay him. And in the end, the main character gave in and accepted her offer. After a while, the girl strides up to the boy with the tray cradled in her hands, and she blurts out her thanks for waiting. Then she slammed down her famous signature pancakes like it was showtime. That young man caught the yummy scent of the dish, thanked the girl with a bright smile, whispered, "Enjoying food," and dove straight in. He grabbed the knife and started cutting the pancake, and right away he felt it, extra fluffy. Then he tore off a piece, lifted it to his mouth, and took a bite. He popped it in and felt pure joy explode soft, blissful, and irresistibly juicy as the eggs burst with flavor in his mouth. He dug into bacon and pancakes, soft, sweet pancakes melting in his mouth, while crispy bacon and eggs crunched with perfect saltiness. And that combo hit like pure, unstoppable flavor. The young man leaned in and told Alicia, "This dish is just insanely delicious." Her face lit up instantly, and she credited it to his garden's fresh ingredients, only for him to fire back with a stubborn claim it was all her cooking skills. He grinned and said it was so delicious he'd crave it every single morning. And the girl's cheeks went bright red as she secretly thought no way he meant marriage. But then he snapped back instantly. "Yeah, sure," he said it, but not for real. The young man took a deep sip of the hot drink set beside his pancakes, and as the warmth hit, his mind slipped back to yesterday. After that brutal day yesterday, sinking into soft, sweet, warm food feels like pure comfort. Sifa and Senna burst into the tavern and announced they were back. Then Sifa snapped an apology for the chaos while Senna met her brother with a warm greeting. Gio shot a quick question. "Did you just crawl out of the dungeon?" And they nodded, grinning like survivors. The long journey had them starving, so they decided to hit this place first, and Alicia rushed over to wrap her arms around the girl. She grinned and said they were probably starving, then promised she'd whip up something fast while Annie stood there, totally baffled by what had just happened to the girl. Saifon stared at the city and felt everything looked wrong, like it had changed while they were gone. Gio confirmed her guess on the spot, then launched into what happened yesterday, and both of them stared at him with eyes stretched wide, hanging on every word. Annie shot up from her chair the moment she heard about the march of 1,000 monsters. And when Senna asked Gio if he was okay, he gave a solid, relieved confirmation. Annie never thought life could hit her this hard. Thankfully, the city held its ground. Sifon pointed out that the whole place could have been wiped out in seconds, and Alicia swore the soldiers fought like they had something to protect. Then she heard it. Billy, Sifon's father, had been the one supplying their weapons. While Alicia cooked, she leaned in and spilled that back then. Crazy rumors flew about the wild, unbelievable events that went down. They swear a towering wall burst out of nowhere and slaughtered an entire pack of monsters. Then freaky giants showed up and duked it out with the procession's leader. While Gio choked on his tea, he can feel it. This is all on him. The word is exploding everywhere at breakneck speed. And yeah, he let it all get way too out of hand. People started whispering that the wall and the golems had been delivered by the gods themselves. And Saifon couldn't shake the feeling that the whole story sounded way too off. Annie nodded along, saying the same thing. It was still unbelievable. The girl snapped her gaze to Geo and said his garden was totally the wrong fit for that, and Geo immediately looked off, as he nodded along with her. As Alicia carried the food to the heroes, she admitted she was a little skeptical, but the real fear in her chest was that they'd never get back to their old lives, and that her restaurant might get wiped out. That's why she's over the moon to finally get back those calm, peaceful days again, just like before. If anyone really saved my city for real, then she can only do one thing: truly thank the person who made it happen. Senna tasted the food Alicia brought and said with a little help from someone, she'd be able to keep eating that amazing meal. He couldn't argue with that. She was relieved the scent had survived, and Sifa nodded right along. Then the girls fired off questions to the heroes, and he swore it all came down to the garden. Right then, he couldn't help but wonder if he should bolt. He tore off another bite of pancake, grinned at the girls, and nodded along like he was totally on board. As he stared at the village buzzing with laughter and people actually looking out for each other, the hero finally understood. Every choice he'd made was the right one. The heroes thanked Alicia for the food, and she smiled and said they were heading straight for the guild. Geo looked ready to bolt, but then someone yanked him back. It was Annie. She cut in and told them they had to talk about it first. They stormed into the boy's garden, and he whipped out an atlas like it was a weapon only for the girls to gape at the sheer size of this absolute monster. Sifa pushed that atlas should lead the procession. Annie insisted the hero had a hand in it, and Jiro started defending the soldiers, saying it wasn't as simple as people thought. He kicked things off by saying he headed into the city past the garden, smashed the enemy army with a wall, forged a giant golem, and then crushed the main boss. He rubbed the back of his head and mumbled that he only helped a tiny bit in the garden, like he was desperately trying to cover up the truth. The girls froze in shock because every wild rumor hit the nail on the head. Senna even pressed her brother, asking if he'd been hiding out in the shelter, while Safa warned that even with a gift as powerful as his, they were still standing in real danger. Senna finally realized the city wasn't just spared by luck, it was saved by Geo. She stared at the massive monster sprawled in the garden and demanded what to do, and Geo shot back that he could swallow it. But if he did, all those valuable materials would be gone. Cypher claimed the Atlas materials would rake in a fortune and pushed to sell them, but Senna slammed it down. If they hand those materials to someone, everyone will see it as proof they finally broke him. Geo snapped into focus and told himself he had to talk this over with Lyrica because he needed a magical stone, and if he used it to boost the garden, he could score a solid level up. Annie crossed her arms, huffed out a breath, and snapped that life was getting crazier and way less predictable by the day. The hero wondered if the whole grow an immortal fruit dream was just hype, or if the next upgrade would finally let him fly, and he couldn't wait to see what his garden would pull off next. Laruka choked on a gasp when she spotted the massive Atlas monster sitting in Geo's garden, and she blurted, "What the heck happened here?" He told her, "This procession came through here yesterday," and she asked about it again only for him to blink in shock, because she didn't know then. She shrugged and said she'd been in a whole other city. The hero started spilling it, how he slipped into the city through the garden first, then smashed the enemy army into the wall, built a towering column, and crushed the main boss only for the girl to roll her eyes and call it, like always, total nonsense. So he started thinking about Atlas. His massive bones, thick skin, and brutal teeth were exactly the kind of treasure people hunted for. The girl lit up and said she could buy it from him, and Geo froze, stunned. "Wait, you mean it?" She nodded hard, swore every word was true, and even promised she'd handle the whole process of pulling the materials from him. The guy was left completely blown away. "Sure, there's one catch," No matter what, he can't lay eyes on the whole process ever. It's a brutal sight, and the hero doesn't hesitate. He agrees on the spot, the Ruka promised. "I'll be done in an hour." And Gio nodded, then bolted home for exactly that long, thanked her, and vanished right on cue. The girl let out a trembling breath. She still couldn't process it because Atlas was a level A+ monster, and somehow the main character had already crushed it. "I can't believe this gift. Is that dangerous one wicked person gets it, and the whole city collapses under their heel, maybe dragging all of humanity into suffering, and now, don't even call it a garden anymore, because that piece is gone for good." Luckily it was Gio who smagged him. She says he's all carefree vibes, but they've got to watch him like a hawk so nobody discovers what he is. She dropped that massive backpack to the ground, dug through it like her life depended on it, and yanked out a package, then committed to starting the processing. The milk meowed after a while, and while Gio was out in the garden, he caught his friend's sign and realized an entire hour had already slipped by. There's no way anyone can handle a monster that huge this fast, unless she's still wrestling with it. The guy sprinted back to the garden and grilled Lirook, asking if she'd finished the knot. Then he cracked his eyes open, just a little. Luckily, Atlas was gone for good, so the girl smirked that she'd packed everything into a magic bag, and the boy couldn't believe his eyes. He reckons the job's too clean, no bloodstains left, and still he can't figure out how she pulled it off. Larica slid the man money for the materials, minus the processing fee, like a bag packed with gold coins, and he nearly choked on how much it was. Then she casually said the materials were rare. Then she yanked out this huge magical stone, right as the hero demanded, "Are you really sure you'll walk away without selling it to me?" And the girl nodded. Dead certain. The boy thanked the girl, and she told him, "Just come to me if you need anything." So Gio seized the moment and rushed to upgrade the garden. That magical stone got fully absorbed. Boom. The level shot from 37 to 43. A wild 6-level leap, then 2 brand new skills unlocked, remote cultivation and extra storage, and suddenly, brand new plants were available too. Even from a distance, he could cultivate, planting seeds and growing crops without ever stepping into the garden. Storage is the skill you need. Carry a ton of stuff without breaking a sweat. And if you're lucky, those collected items will stay fresher for longer, so you might as well give it a shot. These fresh skills would have been a godsend, because they didn't just look familiar. They felt like you'd used them before. Like the whole thing was weirdly, deeply known. The hero decided to inspect the plants, and boom, a massive list slammed open in front of him. So many names popped up that his head started spinning, including tons he'd never seen before, but right there in the middle were fresh improvements waiting to be discovered. Out of nowhere, he spotted something, one medium-sized monster egg, sitting there like it was about to hatch trouble. The boy remembered he'd gotten Milka from a tiny egg, so if he could grow a medium egg, it would dwarf Milka. Yet he didn't really think he could pull it off. But curiosity dragged him forward anyway. The garden sat in quiet peace, and the hero rose, staring at the system window that flashed, "Monster egg, medium." Knowing he had to pick the next move fast, the system pushed the hero to raise a medium monster egg, and he didn't hesitate. He agreed. A giant face suddenly burst into view in the garden. The hero clocked that massive egg, and right then, Milka came rolling in. He paced around the egg, and the main character clocked it. Two potted the egg with milk, and the young man told him, "Keep it warm," and he nodded and agreed. The boy grinned and told him to decide, and the main character practically vibrated with anticipation. Because whatever monster showed up next, he wanted answers right now. With the milk and egg sitting side by side, the boy's curiosity sparked. He decided to dive into 2 new plants that had him hooked, the ghost flower and the cursed grass. The girl greeted Gio and prayed that all the mess from that evacuation a few days ago didn't trip him up. He nodded and said he was relieved that, somehow, nobody got hurt. The girl remembered everyone whispering about that mysterious wall and the golems that wiped out nearly every monster, and the hero suddenly felt uneasy, cut the conversation short, and demanded she judge what he'd brought. He handed her 2 fresh plants, and she blurted, "What are these?" He grinned and said they were brand new ones he'd grown, then quietly wondered if they could be turned into ingredients. The girl leaned in and studied them hard, like she'd seen them 100 times in the identification guide. Those giant, gorgeous leaves and that glossy skin practically glowed, and staring at them made it feel like they'd been blessed by something sacred. That leaf pattern is straight-up nightmare fuel. The girl blurted out what those plants were, and the main character shot back that the scary one was cursed grass, while the gorgeous bloom was a phantom flower. The girl froze in shock at the words, "phantom flower," and right then, someone dropped something. A woman stood in the doorway, sent a box of test tubes crashing to the floor, and stared at the man like, "Did you bring back that unimaginable stuff again?" Marlin strode up to the flowers on the table, and the young man couldn't shake the dread that he'd just made a huge mistake. The girl leaned in and asked, "So, how much for this?" Gio shrugged and said he was only curious what it was for, then promised to hand it over, no payment needed. The girl got it instantly. Dennis just stared, stunned that the hero was tossing away those plants so easily. Marlin grabbed the flowers, promised she'd meet him at her spot, and made it clear Dennis would be the one left holding the responsibility. Dennis nodded along as Marlene picked herself as the leader, and when Nikolai watched that determined figure fade into the distance, he muttered that he never expected to see her this serious, while the girl just shrugged, saying it didn't even surprise her. She yanked out a huge tome and tore through its pages at full speed, hunting for every scrap of info on the ghost flower. She finally snagged what she'd been hunting, then read that the phantom flower was a deadly rare ingredient for an elixir, and the young man, hearing about it for the first time, blurted out which elixir she meant. Dennis shot back that it's an elixir, this mysterious drink that promises to cure every ailment. This potion doesn't just heal. You're talking about deadly sicknesses other potions can't touch, from crushing mental disorders to even hereditary diseases. A young man asked, "Is it good?" And she nodded, then dropped the real bombshell. "You can't buy this plant anywhere, and people swear that if you chug enough of it, you might actually live forever." He was crushed by those whispers about immortality, because he still remembered what Annie promised, a fruit that would make him last forever. Then Dennis hit him with the cold truth. Annie didn't really believe it would ever work. Phantom flowers only bloom in sacred spots, and you might spot just one plant every few years. So when the hero figured that out, those elixirs instantly became pure gold. She can't believe he tracked down that mythical herb, so she presses him. He just says it's a secret, and the cursed herb doesn't get a single mention in the book. The young man said Marlin was trying to brew an elixir, and Denise backed him up, though she's convinced it'll be a nightmare to pull off. But she's sure Marlene has the know-how to whip up that elixir preparation without breaking a sweat. She slammed a stack of books onto the table, then whispered that she never imagined the day would finally come when her own hands would reach for it. This phantom flower. And she swore on her honor as a pharmacist she'd craft the perfect elixir. Back then, Gio was tending his garden like it was precious gold. He planted all kinds of crops, and when he revealed he'd moved rare plants to the second garden, it turned out that choice was pure genius. No one's watching here, so he can breathe easy and tend that monster egg without fear. Milk just keeps lying beside it, heating it up like a living furnace. I tucked in a few rare plants, so let's kick off the grow. Here, Magari medium grass, the Shi-Yu medium, a bunch more medium grasses, and some cool medium grass too. The young man snaps to attention. He can't keep growing ghostly flowers and cursed grass. He remembers Dennis warning that they show up only once every few years, and somehow this hero has already grabbed a whole bunch of them. A few days had slipped by, and now he was desperate to see how Marlin was doing with the elixir work. Then Gio finally made it back home, just in time to be met by Senna. She leaned in and told him she was heading out to chase adventure with everything she had. A young man grilled her, asking if she'd taken every last potion, and she waved it off like it was nothing. She'd already gone to Marlene for them yesterday. When the hero pressed, she admitted she hadn't seen her, and Dennis only added that Marlene was tied up making some crucial potion. Santa was seconds from yanking the door open when someone suddenly materialized right on the threshold. It was Dennis. She instantly blushed, then rushed to apologize to Gio and Senna for showing up in the day. Senna clocked it right away. The girls dressed way different than usual, so Senna snapped, "Where's your maid outfit?" The girl blushed and said she couldn't stand walking the city in it, but her brother and sister shot back that nothing was wrong, and honestly, the outfit fit her perfectly. Gio grinned and said the outfit fit her like it was made for her. Senna waved goodbye and bolted off chasing new adventures, and the main character pulled Dennis in and handed over a cup of tea. Then he sank onto the couch, asked whether Marlene was still working, and the girl confirmed she was. Since then, she's been clocking in late every single day, and the first time she sees Marlene this locked in, it hits her like nothing before. Gio can't help but wonder why she poured her heart into crafting that elixir. Because if it's mixed just right, it's way stronger than any ordinary potion. That man declared Marlene was downright strange, but a truly brilliant pharmacist. Dennis nodded, saying her eccentric vibe is practically obvious. She's freaking out that her health's about to crash if this keeps going, and she wants to help her by cooking. Even though she barely knows what she's doing, she shows up to ask how he can help her, and Gio snaps back. He thinks he's at least partly responsible, because that ghostly flower he brought her is what started all of this, even less than Dennis. This young man didn't understand a thing. He was utterly helpless then, out of nowhere. A spark of an idea hit him. He plucked the fruits he'd grown in his own garden, then decided to whip up a late-night snack for her using them. Dennis pressed him for where all that food came from, and the kid grinned, saying he grew every last bite in his own garden. Took one whiff and realized those fruits smelled amazing, looked super fresh, and practically begged to be eaten. Gio realized one thing fast. Great food instantly wakes people up, and he's betting Marlene will love whatever he cooks for her tonight. Dennis pointed at the bag on the table and asked what it was. Then the hero shot back. "It's flour." He planted wheat and watched it sprout into grain, then grind down into flour. Dennis poked the white powder and grinned, saying it could probably turn into something wild. So he begged Gio for the kitchen. Gio not only agreed, he jumped in to cook with him, and the guys kicked back into a lively chat. While he cleaned an apple, the main character said Denise was incredibly kind, and the boy didn't even try to deny it, because even with Marlene treating him like trash, he still owed her. So he pressed for what she wanted. Exactly. He tells you that when he was small, his parents vanished and left him behind. So he grew up in an orphanage, where he had to learn everything from scratch. Yet the place was falling apart, and the need to help burned in his chest. So he went hunting for work, but nobody would hire him. Right then, Marlene, still hunting for an assistant, snapped, called him over, and told him he'd look absolutely stunning in a maid outfit. It was something like that. He absolutely hated this outfit, but she paid so well he had no choice but to grin and bear it. And Gio clocked that it wasn't exactly easy on him. Marlene throws herself into potion prep with total obsession. So many people have recovered because of her, and that's why he respects her with everything he's got. Gio grinned and told Marlene, "If I even hint at it, it'll be like dropping you straight into heaven, so yeah, I'll never say a word to you." Night has already swallowed the sky, and Marlene is still hunched over his laboratory, brewing that potion like his life depends on it. She spins the flask in her grip, ready to unleash the elixir, but she leans on her medical skills, and still, it fails her again. Marlene hurls another flask of failed elixirs across the room, slumps against the table, and swears the proportions are right. Maybe this time she just needs to tweak the temperature, because she's so close to her goal, and she's running on pure exhaustion. Dennis stormed into the lab wearing a maid's uniform, then shot Marlene a look and demanded, "So you're working late again?" "For real?" She confirmed it, and Dennis leaned in, told her not to go overboard, then dropped a snack off for the night. "Eat later," he said, left it by the door, and vanished. Marlene stays frozen in that exact spot In that exact pose then, out of nowhere, a delicious scent hits her nose. She caught a sweet, warm aroma in the air. Then her eyes landed on the apple pie Gio and Dennis had baked. She lit up the moment she saw it, shocked that Dennis had actually baked it just for her. Dennis made her a work of art just for her. No, it can't be. She wants to guard it like a family heirloom. But right then her stomach betrayed her with a loud, vicious growl. She realized, boom, she'd totally forgotten to eat because she'd been locked onto her work. So she grabbed a slice of that pie, held it up, and took a huge bite. That first bite of sweet, fresh pie completely shocked her. She never imagined it would taste that incredible. The fruits tasted just sweet enough, and that crust smelled so insanely good that she couldn't stop. She kept eating the pie. After that first bite, her eyes widened. This was way too good, so she grabbed another, then another, and totally lost count. That apple pie didn't just wipe out her hunger, it chased away her exhaustion, and every sharp, tart bite sparked fresh strength in her. It was the first time she'd ever tasted something this delicious. She devoured every last bite, clenched her fist, thanked Dennis, and then practically buzzed with fresh energy. She has to keep pushing until she finally grabs success with her own hands. Dennis, stuck in a maid uniform, paces the pharmacy floor, restless and nowhere to fit. Then the door opens and someone steps in, greeting him. It was Gio, and he grabbed the boy's attention, asking how Marlon was feeling because he was genuinely worried about her. Dennis just reassured him, saying she'd finish the potion any moment now. The hero shot back, asking if those words were really true, and the man grinned that it looked like she genuinely loved the pie, and that things in the lab were going great. Then bam, the laboratory door swung open. Worn-out Marlon stumbled out of there, gasping like she'd run for her life, and Gio and Dennis immediately rushed over, buzzing with questions and non-stop fussing. The girl lifted her gaze and told them she'd brewed the elixir using their ghostly flower, and the boys practically burst with joy as they showered her with praise. She only smiled back, saying she couldn't have done it without them. Gio and Dennis were over the moon when she finally brewed an elixir that could cure everything. Then Marlene crashed the moment and revealed the real truth. A love potion. The boys were absolutely stunned. Gio leaned in and told Marlon the truth. She hadn't brewed Carol's elixir at all. She'd prepared a love potion instead. Marlon clutched the jar like it was treasure, smiling hard as she said she'd wanted something like this for ages. And inside, hatto beans, musk extract, crushed jichi grass, and just one drop of cursed herb extract. The guys blinked in shock when she pulled out the cursed herb, and she swore it was a legendary plant so rare it might as well be a myth. Then the main character handed it to her, and the look on her face said she couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Dennis's jaw dropped at how hard she'd been grinding on this potion, and Gio immediately leaned in to ask about the elixir. Marlena yanked out another bottle and told them she brewed it during the break, and Gio and Dennis stared in shock, because she somehow forged a potion so powerful in that short time. Like this was the very same miraculous mix they'd been obsessing over. She said it for sure, no doubt about it. So yeah, she couldn't just toss it on a shelf in the store anymore. That's when the main character stepped in and offered to sell it to her. She told him the elixirs are auctioned in the capital for a jaw-dropping 15 million gold, and yeah, they've even sparked wars. That kind of power doesn't just heal people, it changes the whole board. But the moment she spotted the ingredients, she couldn't resist. She had to make it. Now it's in Gio's hands, and he was honestly blown away. While Gio studied that miraculous elixir meant to cure anything, Dennis snapped at Marlena for not telling him sooner, but she totally ignored him, thanked him only for the pie, and that pie seriously helped her whip up a powerful love potion. She wrestled for ages to nail the perfect balance, and then, boom, it clicked and worked like magic. The boy trembled as he finally asked what she planned to do with that potion. She told him she'd hand Dennis the potion to drink, then they'd finally have a good time. The boy bolted from the scene, yelling that he'd never touch that potion again. Marlon lunged after him, But Gio had already slipped out of the pharmacy clutching the magical drink. He told himself one stupid mistake was the end of it, then another one hit, and he never guessed those elixirs were worth everything. Until he stared and let out a shaky breath, he trudged down the street, already convinced he'd never, ever need to use that elixir. Back in the dungeon deep in the ruins, the girls were scrambling to escape because something was chasing them. Annie screamed that it was deadly and shoved the girls into hiding. Then the archers snapped their bows up and let the arrows fly. An arrow bites Annie and Safi panics, but Annie brushes her off. "It's nothing, just a scratch. A normal potion will fix me right up." Cindy screamed that people were up ahead, and then 3 men burst from behind the wall. One of them snapped that they'd already been spotted. The girls were hemmed in by a swarm of men robbers, no doubt, closing in fast. Senny asked why monsters were talking in the dungeons, and Annie snapped back that they were people, but they sure didn't look like any adventurers she'd ever met. Safi snapped that she had no clue who they were, yet somehow it was crystal clear they'd come hunting for them. Milk bolted through the room, yowling at the top of his lungs, and Gio demanded to know what happened, because the kid just had to find out why the poor animal was freaking out. The milk guided the main character straight to the egg. A hairline crack split the egg open, and the hero instantly knew something monstrous was about to hatch, because tiny, frantic squeaks were blasting from the inside, and the boy swore he could hear every single one. Milk kept meowing in panic like something was terribly wrong. The young man swore the milk would act just like he did when he hatched, then tried to calm his friend, telling him everything would be fine, while he offered jokes and encouragement and literally kept working to crack the shell. Suddenly, the creature smashed the egg open, and a beak poked out like it was ready to hunt, and the main character immediately figured it wasn't just any beast, but something bird-like. Then crack. The egg finally split open, and out rolled a fuzzy ball of wool. And, yeah, the hero's hope deflated fast. The milk brushed the creature's skin, and it jolted with a full-body shudder. And then, finally, it all clicked, because it turned out to look exactly like a chicken, and the main character couldn't stop grinning. He blurted that the creature was insanely cute, like a fluffy yellow chick, just way bigger. And then it waddled right up to the boy and hopped onto his lap. He stared at his growing milk like it had exploded right after the hatching, but then he forced the thought away. No time to get hung up on it right now. The boy grinned because the hatch went off without a hitch, thanks to Milk's devoted care. Now all that was left was naming the little one, and Milk just meowed like, "Yep, that's right." First, Chico got tossed in as a name, but Milk shut that idea down. Then Pipers came up next, and the animal still refused. No matter what she tried, she hated every option, so the hero started hunting for a brand new name. Pippi burst into his head like the perfect name, and Milk actually loved it. Then the hero leaned in and asked Pippi what she thought. Recorded positively. Senna spun around after escaping the dungeon and demanded answers about that yellow ball of wool she was talking about. Pippi. Tio greets his sister and insists it's no ball of fluff. It's a chick with a tiny little face. She guesses it hatched from an egg, and Gio nods, calling it their newest family member. He ends with one big hope, that everyone will become friends. The young girl yanked Pippi in tight and started hugging him, gushing that he was just too cute, while Pippi squeaked back in the sweetest little way. Milk wouldn't let her cuddle up to him before, so this right here feels extra perfect. After that nightmare in the dungeon, when they got jumped out of nowhere, it felt like someone was hunting them on purpose. And here came a crew of about 10, while Parkett demanded, "Where are the other girls?" The girl grinned and said, "We won." And sure enough, it turned out there were loads of them, but every single one was weak. So now the real mystery was clear. Who were they? And why were they being chased? Senna had no clue what the answer was. Then the moment they tried to catch up, monsters slammed into their path, forcing them to bolt and escape, and the whole time it felt like they were dealing with the rudest people on Earth. The hero felt it was way too close to the Chazia situation. If this has anything to do with him, we're in serious trouble. And that means they're chasing some kind of goal. The man snapped at his friends. Furious and baffled, how could those hardened bandits fumble so badly when it was just a few girls? The men threw their hands up and apologized to the wolf, because no matter what they did, they just couldn't beat it. And since their real target was a B-rank adventurer, they already knew forcing her down would be a nightmare. Volka leaned in and demanded, "Do you honestly think my plan is wrong?" The bandit started blabbering excuses and trying to wriggle out of it. But the guy in the tight coat burst into loud laughter, slapped his hands over his eyes, and said it was hilarious. The bandits saw it instantly. This man wasn't dangerous because of skill, he was dangerous because pure rage was boiling over. That handsome guy wolf took charge and said, "It's time we forge a new plan, and this one will be flawless." And the bandits dropped to their knees, agreeing without a fight. Once he took over as the Bard's leader, the boss snapped out an order to capture a girl named Safi, probably because he can't stop staring at her, and it's obvious he's got more than a mission in his head. Kazai, his predecessor, got yanked out as gang leader like he vanished into thin air. So if Avolka doesn't watch his back, he's next. Suddenly, a grin snapped onto his face like he knew this wouldn't happen after all. He clawed his way to the top of the criminal world with pure brain power, and he's way smarter than this guy. So don't expect anyone to take him down. One of the knights turns to the wolf and swears they'll make up for their blunder inside the dungeon, then begs for one more chance, promising it won't happen again. The man burst out laughing and said, "Last time I just didn't realize how weak you all were, so learn from it. Because I'm about to lay out the perfect plan. This time they're going to slap a conquest bracelet on their target and seal the whole conquest. Snap it on once the control bracelet connects it. It won't be able to ignore the orders coming from the person it's linked to. That one-of-a-kind magical item usable. Exactly once got bought off the black market, right under the shadows. And the design was custom built when the men saw it. Confusion hit them like a punch. They got hit with the made-to-order question again, and he snapped back that it wasn't just custom, it also doubles as decoration. So with that flawless design, the product needed to be even more perfect. It's almost certain the one they're targeting will try to wear it, and the bandits think that idea is downright hilarious. The men assured everything was set and promised they'd kick the plan off right away. Then Volka slid into a chair and grinned, saying his idea was brilliant, truly flawless. Tonight, they're going to take Sophia completely because the bandits have already closed in and are surrounding her house. They claimed she's living with her father, so now they have to track down her room. At night, bandits with a wolf at their head smashed into Safi's home, and the moment the noise hit, she jolted awake only to sit up and swear it was her father making all that racket. The second the room door swung open, the bandit jerked, every nerve went on alert. The men still swore someone might have heard them, so they had to finish the job while everyone slept then. Sifa slipped out of her room in a nightgown. She stared at the bandit beside her, and he got so smitten by her beauty that his face flushed red and his mouth went completely numb. Suddenly, the girl snapped her mouth open, ordered them to stop, and right then, boom, she unleashed her power. The bandits froze in shock as that spell hit, unable to move a muscle, while the young woman closed the distance toward them. Right then, she whips her sword around and slams the bandits in the face, sending them crashing to the floor. Other men hissed at her. Now they'd strike, because she was defenseless and they couldn't back down. They had to grab her before she slipped away. Safi snapped a serious command for them to bow, but the men froze again, rooted to the ground like they'd been nailed there. In the blink of an eye, the girl was right beside one of the bandits, and she drove a punch straight into his stomach. A second guy tried to avenge his friend, but the girl didn't even flinch. She stayed calm and, without looking back, smashed him right in the face. Then she sprang off the floor, flipped into a somersault, and smashed into two opponents in one strike. One of them screamed that the girl was mowing them down one by one, and in that cramped corridor, they couldn't use their numbers at all. It'd be slamming and strikes. In the blink of an eye, every last bandit got wiped out. The men sprawled on the floor, lungs burning, and finally understood one thing. This girl was insanely strong. Then Safi snapped her memory back and realized she'd seen these same people in the dungeon before. She went ahead and asked what they were and what they wanted from her. But the silence hit like a wall. So the men turned tail and sprinted for their lives. Safi's father, Billy, storms out of one of the rooms and snaps, asking who's making that noise in the middle of the night when the girl shouts for her own dad. The man snapped his eyes open, and right in front of him stood a bandit. Then they pounced on the moment, calling it their chance, deciding to grab her father as a hostage and rushing to hit Billy, who was left completely stunned, clueless about who these people even were. Billy spotted a bandit charging straight at him, flexed his bulky arm, and whipped it sideways, hard enough that the bandit never saw it coming and slammed straight into his strike. That punch hit like a cannon blast, hurling him a huge distance, while the other bandits just froze eyes wide, mouths hanging open in shock. Billy started rubbing his sore shoulder like nothing was wrong, and the bandits just couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. Safi drew in a shaky breath, then told me her father was a blacksmith in the army, and how the man himself admitted that when they ran short on soldiers, he'd have to charge to the front lines himself. Billy clenched his fists, stared them down, and swore he didn't know who they were. Yet he'd make sure every last one ended up in the hands of the city guard. And the bandits went rigid before they bolted for their lives. But their break for freedom crashed. And soon the city cops hauled them, and one guy hissed under his breath. And the officer pointed to the arsehole criminal gang. Like, yeah, you're those guys. Billy swallowed his pride and apologized for forcing them to vanish. Then admitted their whereabouts were a mystery. So the guard snapped. Don't say that. We're too grateful, the guard's eyes said, because they've been hunting them for years. And Safi finally let out a shaky breath. They still haven't said why someone tried to break into their house, but the investigation is still moving, and the father turned to Sifa, asked how she was feeling, saw how worn out she looked, and told her to go straight back to bed, since she'd just crawled out of the dungeon. She bolted back into the room, spotted a glint of something shiny on the floor, and snatched it up in a flash. Volka handed that bracelet to the bandits, and the girl couldn't stop gushing that it was absolutely stunning. At that exact moment, Volka shot up from his seat, and the horror hit him hard, because his plan had totally blown up. The bandits swore that a handful of them slicked away, and Volka's hope died on the spot. He couldn't believe what he was watching. He cut everyone out and demanded they bring the bracelet straight to him. And when the bandits started shaking, he stammered that he probably dropped it back in that house. The wolf burst into laughter, and the sound hit like a joke it couldn't stop enjoying. Then he stormed up to the bandit, yanked him by the collar, and snarled that this wasn't a joke at all. It felt like they were mocking him, until the man immediately started begging his boss for forgiveness. Wolf kept roaring curses about how those bracelets were outrageously expensive, how his perfect plan was totally wrecked. Then the bracelet on his wrist suddenly flared with glowing light. Vulka clocked it instantly, but his brain couldn't catch up. Then the control bracelet snapped to life like it knew exactly what was happening. Right then, Sifa dropped to her knees and pressed her back to the wall, totally stunned. What was happening didn't make sense, and her whole body felt wrong. The wolf stared at the bracelet, unable to believe it had actually worked. The target snapped the bracelet of submission onto himself. Sifa shot one last look at it, then crumpled and fainted. Xena Jan says she's kicking off yet another adventure, and her brother Gio blurts, "Will you be okay?" Because just recently, they got hit hard in the dungeon. But Senna smirks and swears they'll deal with it. The young man admits he knows she's still basically a newcomer, but he begs to handle Sifa himself so she won't get dragged into danger. His sister nods, agrees, and walks away. Pippi scrambled onto Milk's back and squealed while the main character frets that Sifa might have turned into someone's target. He can't shake the feeling he's just overthinking the whole thing. He's praying nothing happens to her. Then bam, the door swings open and a cold blast of wind crashes into the house, and she blurts out, "Hey bro, are you a psychic?" She shoots a worried look and blurts out that terrible news has hit. Something's gone wrong with Cypher, and the guy jolts to his feet. They sprinted to Seth's place, and when they arrived, a whole crowd was already packed inside and ready. Sifa is huddled under her blanket, breathing hard with her cheeks burning, And when Gio storms up asking what happened, worry flashes across his face while Annie and the workers from Sifa's father's workshop crowd around her. He demands to know what's wrong with her, swears she's hurt or way too big to move, then tells her to calm down only for the hero to realize he's totally off, because she looks absolutely wrecked. Sifa shot her hand up and said it was all because of that bracelet, and the young man immediately tensed as the thing crackled with a weird, unnatural energy. The girl blurts out that the second she puts it on, her whole body starts buzzing with weird sensations. It clings to her skin like it's alive, and she can't rip it off. The boy demanded to know how it all happened, and Billy finally cracks starting from the very beginning, telling him that in the middle of the night, bandits had surged in and attacked them. Gio, Senna, and Annie are reeling. Cypher just flat out hinted they might get ambushed in the dungeon, and Annie snaps back that they've been chasing him this whole time. Senna admits she only knew something felt terribly off. Senna's furious. She can't believe the bandits picks the moment they fell asleep to strike, and she spits that they're cowards. Sifa shoots back that they got driven off. The men then swap theories, saying it wasn't for nothing since Senna's a B-rank adventurer. Billy rubbed his beard and said they'd snared a few and turned them over to the authorities. He figured that was the end until Sifa slipped on the bracelet they'd tossed aside, and the hero couldn't make sense of why she'd do that. She basically confessed, "He's so handsome I can't resist," and the crowd immediately lost their minds, calling it the dumbest choice imaginable. He snapped at her, demanded she be at least a little more careful, and Sifa rushed to apologize. Then her father cut her off, saying he'd had it with bandits, and now this too. The main character asks if the bracelet was cursed, and Billy snapped it down, telling him that that morning he'd had an expert check it, and the expert swore it was a magical item. Senna had zero idea what a magical item even was, so they sat him down and explained that it's an object packed with mana you can use to fire off spells, and his father even said it felt like it held something huge. But still, they had no clue what it was meant to do, and he told everyone straight up, if that bracelet belonged to that gang, then trouble was guaranteed. So her father's workshop folks and the other adventurers all nodded along, fully backing her. Something sinister was creeping over Sifa, and if it kept going, she'd be in real danger, so she apologized for making them worry, blushed harder, and her condition kept slipping downhill fast. Every single person turned toward her, and worry hit them like a wave, while the hero mouthed her name in silence. Gio's body screams in agony, and he's left with one brutal problem. He can't figure out how to rip off the bracelet, but he has to find a way to help her right now. He turns to Billy and asks if a tiny healing potion can help her, then reassures him it won't erase the magic. It'll just give her a fighting chance, because trying beats doing nothing. Annie told the travelers she had something for them, and Senna couldn't stop wondering if it would be enough, so the young man bolted back home to grab his supplies. One of the bandits burst into the hideout yelling that the target finally had the bracelet on now, and while Volko sat there in his chair, the rest of the bandits erupted into cheers. The boss checked every word was real, and he said it was, because she'd even double-checked, tracked it down herself, and stamped it as her own doing. It all felt tied to the design. Then one of the bandits snapped. Everything's going exactly the way Volka planned. Volga burst into laughter, shoved up from his seat, and bragged that this was just how things always went for him. He added that once you strap on the bracelet, it's locked in, no taking it off. And if you slap on a second, identical one, you instantly seize total control of the target. The bandit just stared, thinking she was insanely lucky her father hadn't stumbled on that bracelet first. He stares at the bracelet, convinced everything went off without a hitch, because the money he shelled out feels completely worth it for something this damn expensive. All that's left is closing in on the goal. Then she'll fully give in to him, and it'll be a cakewalk to introduce her to the boss. So he walks away with a huge, generous reward. He yanked his hood up, swung toward the door, and declared that geniuses always end up on top, because it was finally time to grab their little girl, the one who'd fallen right into his trap. Meanwhile, Gio sprinted down the road clutching a box packed to the brim with all kinds of herbs. He was wheezing for breath and blurted that he'd hauled in every healing herb he had. And Billy and Gio grabbed the moment thanking him fast and asking if these herbs actually worked. Annie blurted that every last drop of the potion was already gone. She'd figured it was just meant to refill her strength. Even though it came from Marlin, so she expected herself to bounce back instantly, like it was only a simple cold. And the hero dropped the box on the ground. He yanked a bottle of miraculous elixir from his grip and shoved it straight into Sif's hands. He leaned in and urged her to give it a try. Annie peered at the rainbow potion and felt her stomach drop. It didn't look like a healing draft at all. So she blurted, "What is this?" He shot back that he couldn't say it out loud. But those maybe potions could hit harder than any normal mix, yet the whole thing felt way too shady to trust. The boy figures she might refuse to drink it once she realizes how valuable it is. But honestly, who would down a mystery potion without knowing what it's worth? I glanced at the potion and told myself if Gio says so, she'll gulp it down. Everyone froze at her words, and Billy snapped, asking if she was really sure, praying it wasn't some kind of love potion. Gio just prayed Seifa would feel even a little better. She gulped the potion, and boom! She lit up with a strange glow, like something inside her snapped into place, leaving everyone completely baffled. After Seifa gulped the potion, the whole world lit up like it was on fire. Her body erupted with light so intense it flooded everything around, and even people nearby snapped their eyes shut. Everyone froze in place, staring at her with their mouths hanging wide open. Kifa blurted out that she finally feels way better, and suddenly everyone swore she looked fully recovered. Then the girl grinned and said she'd heard something amazing. She flicked her eyes to the bracelet, spotted that crack, and popped it off with zero effort, leaving everyone staring in total shock at what had just happened. Billy declared it was amazing, but the others just couldn't wrap their heads around how it even happened, because that bracelet still looked perfectly untouched. The father questioned the council about how she felt right now, and she breathed out, saying everything was finally perfect, so he could relax. They all huddled in and weighed what he'd heard about the elixir's incredible power, and it blew straight past every expectation he'd ever had. Annie snapped out of her thoughts and demanded to know what he poured into her. He stalled for a beat, then finally admitted it was an elixir, and the whole room erupted in shock. Men refused to buy the hype. They didn't believe that elixir was real, and they scoffed that it could possibly cause effects like that. Annie snatched the boy by his shoulders, stunned he'd dare use something like that. She even blurts out that Sifo is cursed. Then Senny presses her hard. "So this elixir is really that special?" Annie shot back that it's a legendary elixir, folks. Swear it can cure any disease, seal every wound, and even fix whatever's gone wrong in the body. Billy swore this elixir didn't just work on the curse, it also wiped out whatever evil the bracelet was silently feeding on. And the men stood there completely clueless, staring like, how is this even real? With everyone reeling from the shock, it's a good thing he didn't spill the news right away. Sifa marched up to the man and asked if he wanted something to drink, because he still looks like he might be useful to someone. The main character grinned and nodded instantly, saying he never even considered taking off the bracelet. The girl warned it was probably insanely expensive, but the boy shook his head and insisted it wasn't worth nearly that much. It was basically a pile of crap, but everything in it came straight from the garden, so it was free, and he knew he couldn't explain that it was the smarter lie to tell right now. One guy shot his hand up and swore he'd spotted this elixir at an auction ages ago. It got sold for roughly 5,000 gold coins. He just couldn't wrap his head around why that mattered. Because right here, someone knew the real value of the elixir. People called it pure madness, because he dumped so much into Sifa. Billy pressed him, asking if he was truly that desperate to save her. And Sifa? She promised she'd repay him, even if it took her entire life. But that only made the hero feel like things were spiraling even harder. Senna couldn't stop wondering where his brother snagged that potion. Turns out, plenty of other people were itching to know too, and then the guy realized the whole thing was spiraling way out of control. He shrugged it off as a commercial secret, And when Annie let out a heavy sigh, she urged, "Let's drop it right here." With the CFA status now cleared up, they've officially shut the case, so this incident is done for now, and the rest can wait. Kifa grinned. The men shot each other quick looks, and they all nodded like they'd just heard the perfect plan from the girl. The best part? She's okay now. She thanked them for looking after her. Then the guys rolled up their sleeves and got to work. At last, the main character let out a relieved breath like it was finally over and urged them to talk in his room. While the younger guy couldn't help but feel a little shy, Annie perches on a chair, legs crossed, and lays it all out. This elixir is brewed from ingredients pulled straight from the Garden of Jiro, while the main character, kneeling in front of her, nods to confirm it. The girl tells her that Marlin already brewed an elixir from them just as she'd feared, because at this point, nothing could possibly shock her anymore. She tore into Gio for the mess he caused, shredding his pride in front of a huge crowd that had no clue what really happened. Then lectured him to watch his step, and that whole spectacle had Senna grinning with amusement. He blurted out an apology for starting that chaos, saying he'd panicked and never thought it through. Then Annie let out a heavy sigh, telling him at least it was all finally settled. She snapped her head to Safi and declared the elixir was free, no payment, not a single coin, while the girl opened her mouth to protest. But Gio burst in, backed Annie and told her, "I can do as much as I want." They made it crystal clear the only thing that mattered to him was that she was okay still. That line about doing as much as he wanted left Annie totally baffled. Safi stared him down and said she got every single word. Because of him alone, she finally slipped that bracelet off. Yet she knew she could never truly repay him. She grabbed his hand, met his eyes, and swore she'd do whatever he wanted. The hero's face flushed red, his nerves exploding as her words sent him into a dizzy panic because she was ready to do anything he wanted. Just as their confusion spiraled out of control, Annie crashed in, shouting, and cut them off cold. She snapped at Saifon to keep his mouth shut about anything dangerous, and when he questioned for what she feared, the hero blurted out at full volume that he'd never ask her for something like that. Annie guessed he'd ask her out or even claim her as his wife until the hero flat out said he wouldn't, so Annie shot back that Safi should step in and become his older sister. Gio told Safi she didn't have to do any of that because his gratitude was more than enough to fill her heart. She flashed a bright smile and promised she'd repay him. One day, no excuses, ever. At Sif's place, Annie snapped that she feels like some creep is shadowing her, so she has to stay on guard. Senny suggested they take the day off, and just like that, Annie's mind snapped back to something. A lone wolf lurked in the dark alley, staring the target down in silence. He finally saw it. She was stunning. The hero muttered his goodbye, and Volka didn't hesitate for a second. He pushed on with his plan. He's convinced he can do anything he wants to her. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right beside Sif. He fired off, "Hey, are you a Sith?" And she shot back, "Who are you?" Then the men stepped in and told him, "From this moment on, you're her master." Then he grabbed the girl's attention, pressed his hand to her, and ordered her to come with him. But there was zero reaction. Safa just stared and asked why she should go with him. Volko was left totally baffled. He tried one more time to order Sif to follow him, but she shut him down hard and refused without a hint of hesitation. Confusion crashed over him. He couldn't wrap his head around how she could possibly say no. He ordered her to spin around 3 times and bark like a dog, but the girl just froze still, silent, unmoving. The guy couldn't wrap his head around it. That service bracelet was supposed to force her to obey every word he barked out. He spotted her hands, and right when hope rose, his disappointment crashed in. No bracelet. The man swore it couldn't be real. Those servants must have tricked him, because the bracelet was gone. Billy whipped around to Saifa. He leaned in and asked the girl if it was okay to melt the bracelet, and Volka instantly recognized his bracelet. Billy clocked that service bracelet and realized she never even wore it. Then he spotted a shady guy and demanded to know what he was up to. If he had grabbed the bracelet, he'd gotten another shot at slipping it onto her wrist, so he claimed he was just a passerby, argued that a bracelet that gorgeous shouldn't be melted down, and insisted it'd be better to sell the bracelet to him. Billy stared at his daughter and flat out told her he couldn't do it, because that dangerous magical object could get them killed. When his daughter slid it on, she couldn't pry it off by herself. So after they finally got it off somehow, Volka was fuming. He just couldn't wrap his head around it. She put it on, then slipped it right off like it was nothing. It made zero sense. How on earth did she do that? Sifa thought she had him figured out. Then she clocked it. His bracelet looked just like hers, and Volka realized the moment she'd started to look his way. Volka stared at the service bracelet one last time, then realized he had to step back. For now he bowed, apologized, and told them it was time for him to go. Billy and Sifo stared as the stranger strolled right up like he owned the place. The robbers whipped their heads toward the door. Then the noise hit, and they all froze. The wolf pushed up to the door. They asked how he was holding up, and he snapped back that everything was about to fall apart. The servants froze, because the bracelet was on his wrist. Then the man yanked off his hood and said the plan was flawless, but before he could finish the thought, he burst into laughter. Picture me grabbing the magical item. Sounds insane, right? But this is nowhere near over. He's already forging a fresh plan, and the bandits have the leader in their corner. He stared at his own hand and said the bracelet was dead, its power gone, so now it was just a worthless trinket. And then Volka suddenly dropped to all fours and bowed his head low. That bracelet cost a fortune. Cypher stood by the window, stared at the miraculous elixir bottle, and a sly smile lit up his face. Senna sprawled out and told her brother, "Make a mountain of elixirs, and we'll never have to work again." The hero froze when his younger sister spilled her real thoughts. She reminded him he'd promised he could do as much as he wanted. He tried to explain that he only said it so Sifa wouldn't get upset, but the truth hit hard. He couldn't actually do that much. Senny had already decided you could coast through life on laziness, and he was dead sure, but he couldn't just rope Marlin into it. He dropped the bowl of vegetables, snapped at his sister to get her act together, or she'd get kicked out of the group, and reminded her of what Annie had warned her. That ex-member who left their group and headed to the capital is already making the trip back home, and the girl in the carriage leans forward, grinning as she says she's finally returning to our Saul. Laruka threw the boy a smile and told him, "I'm here for the harvest." The main character shot her a quick greeting and grinned, saying, "I've got something new today," then pulled out a chunk of black ore. Laruka stared at it in total shock and blurted, "Montedama Shatura." The young man caught it right away, confirmed it, then leaned in and demanded to know what it was. The girl blurted out that it's a rare metal, so tough, it's basically the hardest thing on Earth. And when the hero pressed her for the details, Lacruis swore it wouldn't crack even if Atlas crushed it, and not even dragons could bite through it. Geo asked if the thing could be forged into a real, unbreakable weapon, and Senna said she's buying a brand new sword because her old blade's finally gone dull. The girl swore that this metal wasn't just strong, it was legendary, the kind so tough it lasts at your tools, so hard only a handful of blacksmiths in the world can even touch it. And the hero never saw those brutal problems coming. If that's the move, then forge a sword from Mithril Lyric. Nodded and swore it was the perfect metal, because when it's high purity, that blade can be packed with real magic. The boy had no clue what magical effects even meant, so she broke it down for him. That item could do all kinds of things, like blasting spells with just a wave, or mending his wounds after the fight. Recently, he got a top-notch mitral, but something about it looked off, so he shoved it in storage and fired up the system to pull it back out. A weird chunk of mithril dropped out of the storage, and Lyric's eyes went wide with shock. She couldn't stop asking if this Smithril was even real, while the hero wrestled with the same awful thought. Something about it felt twisted, strange, and wrong. Back when she first saw Mithril, it always gave off a soft glow and looked beautiful. But now the girl insisted it was the exact opposite. She tells him that when Mithril is low grade, its mana leaks out and it starts to glow. No question. That's when the hero locks in his logic. If it doesn't glow at all, then it has to be 100% pure Mithril. Problem is, something that perfect simply doesn't exist in nature. The hero strides down the street, convinced Laruka is the real font of knowledge, and decides to have Billy forge a sword out of pure mithril. Then, out of nowhere, he clocked a girl in a hat, standing by the forge, staring at the blacksmith as he hammered the metal. Right now, the men are busting their back, sweat pouring off them as they keep grinding. The boy crept up behind the stranger and shouted at her. She jerked around, flinched hard, and screamed. The moment he realized he'd startled her, the young man blurted out a frantic apology, insisting he only wanted to know if she needed any help. The girl shot the boy a look and insisted she wasn't strange. She'd come to cipher. He shot back that she'd just slipped out on a mission, so she wasn't at home, and the girl nodded, saying she understood it all. The stranger thanked him, apologized in a flash, then bolted the second he could, leaving the young man staring after her, thinking she was seriously odd, but forcing himself to shove the thought aside. Billy spotted Geo, and Geo immediately clocked that everyone else was swamped. So he darted over, asked what went down, what Billy needed, and Billy fired back that he wanted a sword forged for Senna. The man bragged that it wouldn't be a problem because he'd already helped them plenty. So the young guy thanked him and dropped the material into his hands. The man recognized the mithril at a glance, then leaned in and demanded to know exactly which kind of mithril it was. The strange woman lingering by Sif's house is Sarasa. She steps down the street and immediately tells everyone she's been acting suspicious again. Every few years, wizards get yanked to the Capital Academy of Magic to take their qualifying exam, and she was so terrified she almost botched it completely. But now she can finally breathe easy, pass with relief, and head back home. Even without her, she's convinced Sypha and Annie handled everything just fine on their own. Because trust me, when there's no solid mage backing the crew, every adventure turns into a brutal uphill fight. In those groups, she'll have to go all in, no half measures, and right there, she joined the guild. She plopped down on the bench, already early, and figured, why not peek into Safa's family workshop? But once you see the masters move, you can't ignore the sheer power in their muscles. That month-long trek to the capital and back drained her to the bone until now, when she bounced back, fully restored, and went straight to find a frail boy who somehow acted like he was on good terms with the masters. She sat on a bench, spiraling into something dirty in her head then, boom. She slapped her own cheek hard to snap out of it, and the guy walking past nearly dropped everything, staring in shock at this total stranger. Sarasa scanned what was around her, and her nasty little habit was about to rear its head. She even tried to steady herself, staring in awe at those ridiculously attractive muscles. Then she caught sight of two guys posted by the window, chatting like they had secrets. The black-haired boy leans in and asks his friend, "Are you sure you're really good enough?" Then he suggests teaming up with someone stronger, but his friend snaps back, "I don't need anyone." And the truth hits hard. Without him, there's no reason to chase any more adventures. The dark-haired boy frowned, clueless about what his friend was even saying. Then he grinned and declared he'd become a traveler, ready to hit the road and chase adventures with him. The boy couldn't believe a word, and the blonde begged him to stop saying stuff like that, while Sarasa watched in stunned bliss, openly drooling as she soaked up every second of what was happening. She scanned the guild and clocked more and more adventurer pairs lined up like openings, starting with two young guys locked in a heated, passionate debate, then shifting to an older adventurer with a younger one in tow. She dropped to her knees, spiraled into self-disgust, and then before she could stop herself admitted, she didn't just like muscles. She also couldn't help stealing those indecent looks at men, and her face instantly burned red.